magic shop there. And I walked in, and there was a woman there who was, as I described, this radiant person with this incredible smile whose very presence embraced you. And I was 12.
Wow.
And I was filled with despair, hopelessness. And it turned out she was the owner's mother. She knew nothing about magic.
Really?
Yes. But we began a conversation, and she was giving me chocolate chip cookies, which was
great.
Yeah.
Exactly what you needed at that time.
But the thing is, she asked me actually some personal questions, which frankly, who wants to tell somebody you're poor, your father's an alcoholic? But I answered her questions, and after a while she said to me, she said, I really like you. I think I can teach you something that could really help you. And what she taught me was what we would now call a mindfulness practice. Because as you know, talking about baggage, when you grow up in an unpredictable, chaotic environment, you're essentially in a war zone every day.
Yes.
As a result, it chronically stimulates your sympathetic nervous system or your flight, fight, or fear response. And what happens is that affects your brain in the sense that it cuts down options because you're looking at the shortest distance you have to go to survive. As a result, you can never relax. You're always fidgety. You're always looking around because you never know what's going to happen next. So she taught me a technique we call a body survey now, how to relax your body. And then she taught me how to concentrate, in this case by looking at a candle and doing a breathing exercise. And these are the fundamental techniques associated with the mindfulness practice, because then it shifts you from engagement of your sympathetic nervous system to engagement of your parasympathetic nervous system, which is really where we should live. You're open, you're thoughtful, you have access to your executive control areas in the brain in terms of memory and experience, and you're much more creative. And so when you're able to make that shift, that changes how you look at the world. The other problem is, from these types of backgrounds, but I would say essentially everyone, we have a negative dialogue going on in our head.
An inner critic.
Yes, and as much as, people say, I always ask this question when I give a talk, and, almost everybody raises their hand, and then this and you go, look, dude, you're lying, man. Everybody has an inner critic. It's just some are much more powerful than others. And so she also taught me to recognize that that wasn't truth.
The inner critic.
Yes, because if you, and being an athlete, I'm sure you know, if you tell yourself it's not possible, by definition, it is not possible. It cannot happen. And so when people listen to that, they're giving their self-agency away. And in some ways, this is the nature of how we take control of our manifestation. And as you know from the first sentence in the book, it says the universe doesn't give a f about you because it has no to give. There is not some external entity deciding your fate because you're a good or a bad guy. But we have immense power within us to control our destiny. And when you give it away and listen to that critic, then you're limiting your beliefs. So the key is, how do you unlimit your beliefs, if you will? And that is understanding the incredible power you have within yourself. When you sit there and say every day, I'm not worthy, I don't deserve love, it's not possible, I'm an imposter, I can't do it, it's as if you're building a prison for yourself with bricks.
Wow.
And the wall gets higher and it gets darker and you feel more and more powerless and you feel like there's some external force controlling your life. When you understand within you is an incredible power to change your destiny, and you have that power, and finally you recognize it, then extraordinary things can happen. And this is how you go from you being in charge, or let's say a belief that others are in charge, to actually you being in charge.
But how did you learn to break free of the limiting beliefs that you had, the fight or flight symptoms that you were constantly in, which I felt as a kid as well, and felt very insecure, stupid, and unlovable for many different reasons, and I was able to back it with beliefs and evidence throughout my childhood. How did you learn to break the limiting beliefs and create more empowering beliefs to support you to feel emotionally free and start to attract more of what you wanted in your life?
Well, first of all, I don't want to imply that that journey's done.
Right. Hey, yeah.
Sometimes people look at you and they go, "Oh, man, you have it all together now." None of us have it all together, right? Every one of us is still a frail, fragile human being who is struggling. And some of us are a little further on that journey. Others are continue to have difficulty. But interacting with this woman made me see the world through a different lens. Because when you have negative statements that you tell yourself repeatedly, as I said, that takes away your agency,
Yes.
your own power.
You feel powerless.
Yes, but the thing is, then when you're beating up yourself, and you're typically the most critical person of yourself than anyone you know, then you look through the lens of being critical to everyone else.
Interesting.
Yes.
So when we are critical of ourselves, does that support us in creating great relationships with others?
No, oftentimes it's very damaging, because you're always thinking of, oh, well, they're going to cheat on me, they're going to lie, because you're telling yourself these types of narratives.
Wow.
And so it's hard to be authentic.
When you're critical of self.
Yes. And this goes back to a whole nother discussion, if you will, about if you look at the blue zones as an example. Obviously, we're jumping around all over the place here. But
Loma Linda's right down the street, an hour away, one of the blue zones.
Yes, of course. But if you look at the blue zones, or you look at the work of the Harvard Longevity or Adult Development Study, it's called.
Yeah.
But this is the work of Robert Waldinger. Centuries ago, when we lived in villages, we were born there. We had a community that, even with our flaws, still loved us and watched out for us and taught us lessons. We had our parents, our siblings, our grandparents in proximity to us. And the very nature of that, actually, you don't have that negative dialogue going on. Okay? It is the negative dialogue that's extraordinarily unhealthy, because you see, when you're always stressed and anxious and negative towards yourself, well, what does this do? This stimulates your sympathetic nervous system, which then does what? It results in the production of inflammatory proteins, which of course are associated with chronic disease states. It depresses your immune system. It increases the levels of stress hormones like cortisol, which on a chronic basis are very bad for you. Your cardiac function's impaired, your blood pressure's increased. So all these negative aspects are activated when you're constantly hypercritical.
Wow.
Right? And then you don't feel that good.
Right. You feel tired, you feel exhausted, drained.
And the other aspect is, as an example with my own parents, I used to have a sense that it wasn't that I wasn't loved, but I was ignored. I couldn't understand why they would do these actions. And I was angry all the time. And when I changed how I looked at the world, it made me much more sympathetic and kind, because I realized everyone is suffering on some level. And the issue wasn't that they didn't care. The issue was they had not had tools to help themselves.
To heal, to process, to regulate.
Exactly. And so, I'm sure you've known people, you watch them go through their lives and they constantly struggle because no one has ever shown them a different way. And that's the only way. And sometimes, I think you're probably thinking, yes, I've showed them 1,000 times, and they don't listen.
They're not willing.
Yes.
They've got to be willing to apply, right?
And back to the question of the teacher.
if they're ready to, yeah.
Yes. But the reason I was saying that, though, is that in many ways sets the stage for how you're going to respond. So this interaction with this woman, I was able to self-regulate.
She taught you skills.
Yes, she taught me a mindfulness practice.
And you were ready for it.
Exactly. And so I realized, once I was able to relax, once I was able to be present and attend, because you can't learn anything or change if your mind's always somewhere, right? In my example of growing up, I never knew what was going to happen. So I'm always worried about something happening to me. But the action is here between you and I. It's not about possibilities. And this also limits people's power, right? Because if you can't focus and attend, you can't accomplish, right? And if you're always distracted, it's not possible. So she taught me to relax. She taught me to be present. And then strange things happen, because you're feeling a different type of energy coming from others and yourself. And that energy has an influence. As an example, I'm sure that you've seen the situation, and where you get a bad vibe from somebody on the street, and you cross the street.
Yeah.
Well, and you are picking up something on an intuitive level. But the thing is, if you have anger and hostility yourself, you are emanating that to other people. And what I tell people is when I changed how I looked at myself, it changed how I looked at the world, and that changed how the world reacted to me.
How the world looked at you as well.
Exactly. So after this period of time with this woman, I was much more open. I was thoughtful. I was generous. I was kind, and because I understood I had been in pain and was in pain, but so were other people. So it changed how I looked at them.
Wow.
And I think that's a very critical aspect of sort of maturing and sort of
Sure.
being on a path of self-development.
That's beautiful. What would you say then is what is the number one thought and number one emotion that blocks us from the ability to manifest greater?
Fear.
What type of fear?
Well, it's insecurity, it's shame, and this results in you limiting your beliefs. And so, in some ways, what we're talking about here actually is a decision between fear and love, right? And when you're fearful, this stimulates your sympathetic nervous system with all the negative aspects of it. When you love, you're open, you're generous, you're thoughtful, you're kind, because you've engaged the parasympathetic nervous system. And you have a choice. This is like if you look at Stoic philosophers like somebody like Epictetus, who was a slave. He says, I cannot control my external environment. What I can control is how I react to my environment, right? So you meet people, I'm sure, say, my life's miserable, my life's horrible. While you meet other people go, well, it's tough right now, but I'm optimistic it's going to get better. Or I know if I do this, it's going to get better. These are completely oppositional attitudes that have a profound effect depending on what you're believing.
Yes. But how does someone shift their attitude into positive when they're in a suffering state and they feel like they're a victim to so many different things happening to them?
Sure. Well, I can't sit here and say, you do this and your life's going to be perfect. There's some situations, either because of, as an example, structural racism that's built into the system, or chronic poverty, because throughout the world, and even in America, the ability to overcome poverty, for most, it's highly unlikely that's going to happen. So, yes, you do have power, but it's not necessarily, I'm going to change it and everything's going to be perfect for me. And I'm sure things are not perfect for you, right?
Yeah.
And no matter how much you try or want, well, externally things may look fantastic. It's not perfect.
Sure.
And it's not the way you necessarily want. And I have to say the same thing. But there are people who, no matter how hard they're going to work, it's going to be very challenging. That being said, what we do know is there's certain practices and rules, and if you are going to get out of something, or if you are going to change things, then the best way to do that, which has the highest likelihood of success, is to go through some of the things that we're talking about here. And one of those is that, as an example, there is a tendency for us to want to achieve, right? And if you're an athlete, you have a goal you set there. Well, goals are fine, but if you focus only on the goal and have no concern about any of the other things that are going on,
The process.
then you reach the goal and there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Yet what we do know, the greatest cause of suffering is what? It's attachment and craving.
Desires.
Yeah. And the thing is, when that is your absolute focus, and we can't all get these things, you're going to be highly disappointed, and you've ignored all the people in your life as you focus solely on that. And unfortunately, many people learn that lesson far along after they've destroyed their families. They've been through multiple marriages. Their kids don't like them, right?
Because they've been chasing a result or a goal or a dream, but neglecting everything else.
Yeah, because again, as I was saying even about myself, I thought, well, if I just do this, my shame and insecurity will go away. I'll be loved by everybody, and my life will be perfect. Yet at every one of those peaks, all I had was disappointment. And while everyone told me life was great, I did not feel that inside because I had not understood that I was the only one who had the key to the self-created prison. And until you realize that, you're on a very difficult path.
So if we're coming from a place of insecurity, fear, or lack, and we're saying, you know what, I want to manifest. I want to create more for myself. I want to have more money. I want to have more opportunities, accomplishments, success. And that's what I want. I desire these things. And I start to apply some of the practices of manifesting and creating more abundance in my life. But if I create those external results and I haven't shifted the insecurities or the shame, what happens next?
Well, you end up the way I did, which is you have everything and you're incredibly unhappy.
Yeah. So you can still manifest and attract what you want and create what you want and accomplish goals, but it's not going to make you feel different about yourself. It might actually make you feel worse.
Exactly. And this is why I was telling you about the story about the woman, because I was 12. And she taught me a visualization technique or manifestation technique, which is actually the origin of where this book came from.
Wow.
So at 12, she said, I want you to write down 10 things that you want. Well, again, unfortunately, in Western capitalist society, and a 12-year-old, you sit there and think of what people want in that
I want money, I want cars, I want girls. I want
well, yeah, I wanted a Rolex watch.
Yeah.
Because a friend of mine's father had one, and it looked so amazing to me, right? I wanted a silver Porsche Targa. I wanted a mansion overlooking the ocean, et cetera, et cetera.
At 12.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wanted $1 million, which nowadays would probably be about $100 million. But anyway, and I got absolutely every one of those things. And I was more miserable than I had ever been.
Really?
And the interesting thing about that is that, and this is in some ways the point of this book, because, again, the average person thinks they know what they want. They don't understand what they need. And that's the critical aspect here.
What's the difference between knowing what we want and having what we need?
So, as you know, there's what we call hedonic happiness. So the list I just gave you relates to pleasure and hedonic happiness. I want, it will make me feel good about myself. I. That is the worst thing you can do if you want to manifest the best.
Really?
Yes.
When you make it about self.
Yes, because in some ways, you're talking about insecurity. The driver of that is insecurity, fear, right?
And not enough.
And not enough. And especially poor people look through the lens of not enough. And so when you're acting by a belief based on fear, that has a negative effect on these cognitive brain networks. Now, it doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means that you're limiting yourself. And so we talk about this idea of hedonic or selfish happiness, and this is transitory, it's shallow, doesn't last long, right? Eudaimonic happiness is a sense of purpose, and that actually is in terms of benefiting others. It's not about yourself. And the key to that, though, is that when you look through the lens, and we're talking about looking through the lens of compassion, what happens is that you then change how you see the world and what you need, not what you want.
Interesting.
Right. You see, and that changes everything, because you realize when you're of service, when you're caring for others, you don't necessarily need having that big house or the Porsche isn't going to make you whole. Right. And so you probably don't chase that anymore, because it's a chimera that you're focused on because you think it's going to help get rid of the shame and the emptiness.
Right.
You see, so it's a different mindset. So when you shift to the parasympathetic nervous system, that activates all of your brain networks. and allows them to sync together, if you will, and then has the highest likelihood of manifesting.
Interesting. So what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, when we come from a place of lack and wanting more for personal gain by itself, it's not going to bring us the ultimate level of happiness, versus when we come from a place of wanting to create more to serve or impact others in some way that is connected to a purpose, a greater purpose, we will have more fulfillment and hopefully manifest exactly what we need.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And that summarizes it. That is the fundamental key here.
Interesting.
And I can tell you, for myself, as I said, I did get everything I wanted, and I was miserable. And then I went through this period where I'd been very successful in business, and during the dot-com period, and I had $80 million or so. And then the crash came. I was $3 million in debt, but I had been miserably unhappy anyway.
With 80 million or negative 3 billion? Yeah.
Well, there was not much difference, actually.
Really? When you had 80 million of, I guess, net worth in the bank or on paper, how did that make you feel? Did you feel any better about your self-worth?
No.
Really?
No, not a bit.
Not even for like a moment, like, oh, I've got money now, I did this thing,
No,
and look, I proved all you wrong, and...
Yeah, but yes, I proved them all wrong, but it did nothing for me. And that's my point is, well, let me back up a little bit. Did I enjoy driving Ferraris? Yes.
Yes.
Did I enjoy Porsches? Yes. Did I enjoy having a villa in Florence? Yes. But that being said, I was missing so much that it limited how good I felt about any of it. Because, having friends who tell you how great you are, unless you believe it, it doesn't mean anything.
Wow.
And, I didn't believe it. So when the dot-com period came, I lost all this money, and I had to sell everything. So I went through this period of deep reflection. And the part of it was, what had I missed in what this woman was trying to teach me? And obviously I was 12, and I had no self-awareness. But the other thing that happened is, even though I was a doctor helping people, my actions, though, were based on, I want people to see I'm a doctor, right?
Status.
Yes,
acknowledgement.
Yes,
Look
yeah,
at me.
yeah. I'm the doctor. I live in this mansion overlooking the ocean. I have all of these cars. I come into the hospital and everyone praises me, right? And that was out of my own insecurity and anxiety and fear. When I went through this period of self-reflection, I really understood that. And then it changed, right? Because it was no longer about me. It was about other people. And as an example, I mentioned Jim Carrey.
I love that part about this, yeah.
Yeah.
I love the story of the $10 million check and the whole thing.
Right. But what he said with his audience was, when he started, it was all about his own ego being involved.
Yes.
And then he realized, though, he was there for a purpose to be of service to the people.
Yeah.
And in fact, Jimmy Page with Led Zeppelin, I don't know if you ever heard this story, he used to get really angry because he'd always be asked to play Stairway to Heaven. And he said, it used to make me boil over because I had new music, I did all of this, but everyone wanted to listen to Stairway to Heaven. And he said, then I realized it's not about me, right?
It's about serving others.
Yes.
And what they want.
Yes.
Wow.
And they had grown up with this. They had an emotional attachment to it because it represented events in their lives that were positive, and they just wanted to experience that. And so he was being very selfish by looking through that same lens. And again, this is what we get into. So when you change how you look at the world, it changes everything. And again, this is a choice that each of us can make.
Wow. As someone who's been a doctor and a neuroscientist, neurosurgeon for many years, researching this work for a long time, what is the biggest challenge you face at this season of your life when it comes to manifesting that you still have yet to overcome or are overcoming?
Well, one of the things I learned is not to have attachment.
Yeah. To what?
To anything. And and look, it's not perfect, but my point is, and yes, yes, if we say, well, what about your child or your wife and something, yes. But that being said, the nature of life is disappointments oftentimes, and um, we cause our own suffering by having these attachments, right? And so, do I like nice cars? And yeah, I drive a Porsche.
Luxuries and
and I've worked very hard. I've given immense amounts to other people. I have no bad feeling about those things. But what I can tell you is if all of it goes away tomorrow, it will have no impact on my mental state.
Wow.
And that is the key, because
That's
you see,
freedom.
Yes, and that's exactly right. Because if you grow up in poverty, what is the thing that binds you or holds you or imprisons you? Money. Okay? So when I lost everything, and then I had this choice of this stock that I could give away to charity or not, I chose to give it away, which was $30 million. But giving it away liberated me.
Wow.
I just
Why?
didn't care anymore.
Wow.
It no longer imprisoned me, you see. And that is a level, it takes time and work to get to.
Yeah.
And, many people, my wife said when I gave all that money, she said, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal. She goes, I don't mind him giving money away. I just wish he had given it all away.
Now, I'm curious, is it a bad thing for people to want to have material possessions, a nice car, a nice home, $1 million in their bank account, or nice clothes? Is that a bad thing when they're thinking of manifesting because it's about them?
Well, if everything is about you and your narrative is always about you, I think you're going to live an unhappy life.
Right.
Because you have no purpose or meaning. Right? I mean, yes, is it cool to walk around in designer clothes and go to parties and hang out with the whatever? Yeah, sure. There's nothing wrong with that. But when every action in your life is a selfish action towards your needs, then it's a hollow existence. As an example, I know people, of course, they can't attach to a woman. They have to have the next beautiful woman, right? And and their whole thing is be seen with the beautiful woman. It's not about, I care about this person, I really like her, she's really special. It's, does she have the attributes that make me look good? Okay? Or it's, God, I can't go to this event in that car of mine. I need to be in a Ferrari so people look at me, right? And that is a hollow, very selfish existence. Now, I'm sure there are people who are listening who go, I'm not that way. Well, you are that way.
Right. Sure.
And
so you're saying you can have it, though, but as long as you're also have meaning or purpose surrounding your life as well. Otherwise, it'll be hollow. If you just want the material home or the bigger thing.
Yeah.
But you can still have it.
Of course, absolutely. I have it. I have no complaints, and I work hard, and I have no guilt about that whatsoever. But I still do tons of actions that are a benefit to a larger goal or mission or to a larger purpose outside of myself.
Yeah. You talk about these networks and vibrations. You mentioned this, the physiology of manifesting. I'm curious, is it more important to be thinking a certain intention or certain ideas or beliefs, feeling a certain emotions, or physically in a vibration total body to help you manifest?
Well, certainly if you can bring it all together, I mean, that's the ideal. But I think one is, again, we've talked about limited beliefs.
Yes.
You have to understand what causes you to limit your belief, and in some ways it comes down to self-compassion. When you're kind to yourself, then that changes your own physiology. It shifts you from the fear network
and critical network into compassion, right?
Yes, exactly. And so I think that's an important aspect. And again, as an example, I talk about these different networks. There's the default mode network, there's the salience network, the attention network, and the executive control network. Now, the reason I mention these is the executive control network actually gets things done, if you want to put it that way. But if you're driven by fear and anxiety and insecurity, then that limits its ability to do so because you don't have full access, because that's where you have productivity and creativity.
Full access to what?
Your entire, your memories and past experiences. This is what the executive control network contains, and it's shut down when you're fearful or anxious. And so that's one aspect. And then, the other aspect, we talk about embedding your intentions. You have to make that thing you want salient.
What does that mean?
It means it has to be something that touches you, that you really feel like it's there with you and you want it. And the reason I bring that up is because salience it activates, if you want to call it, a bloodhound within your head, where it looks around for opportunities for you to manifest. Now, I'll give you an example.
Talk about bloodhound, or you're talking about something else?
It's search for things, right?
Gotcha,
It gets a scent, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what they do for rescue missions, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So what I mean by that is that if you're able to embed your intention, that activates the salience network, which is the bloodhound. And the analogy is as follows. I'm sure you have been to parties, and they're loud, and your name will be mentioned, and you'll immediately turn, even though it's loud.
Yeah, you're like, where is this?
Yeah, but that's because your identity is deeply embedded within you, right?
Interesting, yes.
So when you do this in terms of an intention, and I'll give a recent example. I'm working on a new project, and I was at a coffee shop. And again, loud, everybody talking. But I heard somebody specifically talk about the project type of the thing I'm doing. So I got up and introduced myself. We connected. And that's how it works, because it creates these synchronicities, because it's always turned on, listening for opportunities, how it can make your intention happen. And another example is, as a neurosurgeon, I would see patients, as an example, let's say somebody with hydrocephalus, right? And most people don't know about that. And they'd go, oh my God, I've never heard of that before. Is that rare? Well, it's not that rare. And obviously, if you're seeing a neurosurgeon, it's not rare to us. But what will happen is I'll see them in a few months, and they'll come back and the most amazing thing happened. I've run into 5 people with the exact same thing, right?
Right.
Because they have embedded that.
Interesting.
And so they're attuned to it, and suddenly it's like it's everywhere suddenly.
Yeah. You talk about synchronicities in the book. How important is finding and looking for synchronicities when it comes to manifesting?
Well, I think if you do it correctly, they naturally occur over and over again. And you may think they're shocking and how did that happen? But that's because you have made your intention salient. It has grasped your attention network, and it is solely focused on having that happen. And once that process occurs, then you engage your executive control network to actually then respond to it.
Interesting. So you set your intention for what you want to create or desire, and then your attention starts to focus on that in the world, in your environment, and you start to see where the synchronicities line up. And then you mentioned this thing called the filing clerk, right?
Yes, exactly. And that relates in some ways. First of all, one of the process which we talked about, having the ability on a conscious level to embed your intention, that is to, we call it value tag, right? Which makes it important.
Rather than intention.
Yes. And so once you value tag that, that becomes important in your subconscious, and then the networks start working together.
To look for it.
Yes. Now, what I will emphasize, and I don't want to, completely poo-poo every article that's been written about manifesting. I mentioned the issues I have with The Secret or these self-serving narratives. But the reality is, we know that what wires together, fires together.
Yes.
And my point about that is, number one, you have to work. This isn't like, oh, I thought of it, therefore it should happen. It's like anything, and we talked about it earlier. Everybody's manifesting every day. They just do it very inefficiently, right? So when you do it efficiently, all of these things, come together to have it happen. This is why, as an example, what this woman in the magic shop did, and this was before, these ideas sort of were out there, she made me write my list of things I wanted to manifest down. Because again, when you use every sensory organ, then again, you're engaging all of these different things that go into your subconscious. So you write it down, you read it silently, you read it aloud, you look at it, you visualize, and this is what athletes do. They visualize how it's going to play out. They see themselves in that role. And the more and more you do that, the stronger that wiring gets in your brain, and therefore that increases the chance of it happening.
Interesting. So she taught you this, you wrote it down, and you started doing these processes.
Oh, I would really do this like tens of, maybe hundreds of times a day.
Wow.
Over and over and over again.
But it took you a while until you were able, from 12 until you were able to get, $1 million in the bank, and the mansion, the Ferrari. It didn't happen in 4 years, I'm assuming. It probably took 15 or 20 years.
Well, sure, but there was a whole process, right?
Yes.
Because, first of all, I had decided to be a doctor in 4th grade.
Right.
And this was based on a professions day where a doctor came to our class, and I was so impressed by this person that second I decided to be a doctor, because he was kind, he was thoughtful, he answered my question, he appeared interested in what I had to say. And so saying, if you're poor and you don't have resources, saying I'm going to be a doctor is easier said than done.
Sure.
And in fact, I did have challenges, but I'll tell you a couple stories, though, that tells you how the system works, even though you haven't done all the typical things to make it work.
Okay.
And so I'll tell you how I got into medical school and how I got into college. I was so clueless about college, even though I said I was going to go to college. I was in a science class, and there was a girl sitting next to me, and she was filling out her college application. I had no clue about that.
That you had to apply or...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sort of waiting till it was supposed to happen.
Sure.
So I looked at this girl. I asked her what she was doing. She said, well, I'm applying to college. And this is the application. I said, really? And she looked at me and said, yeah. And I said, well, where are you applying to? And she said, UC Irvine. And she looked at me and she said, where are you applied? I said, UC Irvine.
Yeah. That was
and
the process.
said, I haven't got my application yet. She said, I have an extra one.
Wow. There you go. And that...
Yeah, and I filled that out, and I got in. But
isn't that interesting before you go on there, because you were given the opportunity that you saw that was in front of you. You didn't think beyond other schools. You saw something, you didn't know another process. Said, yeah, I'm going to go there as well. And she said, here's the application. You filled it out, you got in, and you went there. Right?
Yeah, no, and that's my point is, it was in there. I didn't know how it was going to play out.
Yes.
But it played out, and it certainly wasn't the typical way
process.
It would play out.
Yeah, exactly.
So then what happened is, I had a lot of struggles. I had to leave college multiple times, as an example, get my father out of jail.
Wow.
Or to deal with my mother who attempted suicide, which are not pleasant things to
not
have
enjoyable.
to go through. And so when I applied to medical school, the average GPA to get into medical school was 3.79 at that time, which is, out of 4, that's like an A minus, right?
Yeah, sure.
My GPA then was 2.53.
Wow.
And I was not
You and me both.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. And I was not going to graduate from college.
Right.
And so I went to the pre-med, and of course, as you know, when you have all these quote-unquote friends, and you say, I want to be a doctor, and, many of my friends were pre-med, and they were the type of pre-meds who had 3.7.
Sure.
And, it was very hurtful, because they said, you're never going to be a doctor. That GPA, what a joke, right? Which, this is your dream, right?
It's painful.
So anyway, we used to have to, or you used to have an interview with the pre-med committee. So you had to go get an appointment, and then they would write a letter of recommendation for you. So I went to the office. I asked the secretary, I said, I want to make an appointment for my pre-med letter.
Yes.
She looked at me, she said, I'm not going to give you an appointment. I said, well, why? She had pulled out my file. She said, because it's a waste of everyone's time.
Oh, man.
Now, can you imagine a human being telling you that you're a waste of their time.
Wow.
I mean, how hurtful.
Very.
But I looked at the woman, and I said, I appreciate what you're saying, but I said, I am not leaving here until you give me that appointment.
Wow.
I said, if you want to call security, that's fine, but I am not leaving. So she did. But imagine, so it comes time for my appointment. Now, do you remember these photos we've seen of Putin sitting at one end of a table? He's by himself. And
Yes,
right.
yes.
So I go into this room, and I'm at one end of this long table, and I'm, 20 years old maybe? And then there are these three people at the other end of the table. And the guy in the middle, he has my file. And he looks at me and says, he takes the file, lifts it up, throws it on the table, and he says, say what you have to say so we can get this over with.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And you sit there and, how intimidating. And what a jerk, right? So what happened is I looked at the guy, and I said, I am not going to let you turn me into a grade point average. I'm a human being.
Wow.
So I proceeded to lecture them for about 20 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
They were all crying at the end. Right? Because once you show your humanity, they can't turn away from you. They can't objectify you if you're right there in front of them and force them to look at you.
Wow.
And so what happened is they ended up actually giving me the highest letter recommendation.
Wow.
And as I was leaving, that secretary actually was in the room. She said, listen, I want you to take this. And it was a trifold brochure for a summer enrichment program at Tulane University in New Orleans for socioeconomically disadvantaged students and minority students. And she looked at me and she said, I have to tell you something, though. The deadline has passed, but I don't think that will impact you.
Wow. Right.
So I called the lady, and she let me into the program. And I applied to one medical school and got into one medical school.
Wow.
And I didn't have a degree.
Wow.
Now, to show you, though, the importance of this is that after Hurricane Katrina, the dean of the medical school went into depression and resigned, okay? And so they were looking for a new dean.
At Tulane.
At Tulane.
Yeah.
And they had a guy from Harvard, but he wanted an endowed chair. And I don't know if you're familiar with an endowed chair.
No.
So an endowed chair is a private donor, donates a lot of money, and it is a chair named after that person. It's one of the highest honors in academic medicine.
Okay.
Or in a university. And that money is made into an endowment. So then the professor then gets to use it for whatever they want. So it's a very prestigious thing. So I actually ended up endowing the dean's chair. Fast forward many years.
Sure.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah, which was several $1 million.
Interesting.
So still at Tulane, the dean of the medical school is the Doty professor.
Wow.
I rebuilt the library after Hurricane Katrina. And so the point of the story is no one has the ability to tell you what you can and cannot do. And in theory, by every, quote, criteria, I should never have gotten into medical school, right? Yet, I'm one of the largest donors to the medical school. And in fact, they're actually building a Doty Center for Compassionate Medicine at Tulane.
That's cool.
Yeah. So when we think that things are impossible, when we think that it can't happen, or I don't have the criteria that is usually, don't ever believe anything anyone tells you. If I believed what so many people told me was not possible for me to do, I would never have accomplished anything. And again, it gets back to this limiting your beliefs. Once you unleash this understanding of the power you have, then you can do almost anything.
Yes.
You just have to believe.
Absolutely. I love this story because, you mentioned don't let anyone tell you what you can and can't do. I guess the challenge is so many people do believe what others say about them. They do receive the criticism or the limits that others talk about. And a lot of people hold on to those conversations and believe them as truth. And the thing is, I feel like there's only one person, like you said, that can agree with the limits or disagree with those limits, and that is ourselves. And at the same time, you know, everyone can tell you you have all the skills, all the tools, all the potential, all the ability to do something great, but if you don't believe it, it's not going to matter as much. Even if everyone in the world has said, we believe in you, you're incredible, if we are limiting ourselves from receiving those words and receiving that understanding and identity, we won't accomplish what we want, or we won't create the lives we want. So how do we overcome ourselves from the conversations and the critics in our own mind, and also the conversations from others, whether they're positive or negative? How do we overcome it and believe we are capable?
Well, first off, I would say that a lot of people, you'll hear, let's say, a statement I made, and they'll sit there and go, okay, I'm going to do this tomorrow. I'm going to do everything. Okay, I'm going to get into shape, and I'm going to run 10 miles, and then I'm going to study for this. And the problem is, that's the worst thing you can do. And in fact, I'm sure you probably know B.J. Fogg. He wrote this book, Tiny Habits. Yeah. But he and I were having a conversation recently. You have to start slow, okay? Pick one simple thing to show that you have the power, right? And it could be something as simple as, I'm going to get up at 6 in the morning and walk around the block. And you just do that. Because what happens is now you're changing your belief system. You're saying, I set this goal, and I was able to do it, and I do it every day now.
Right.
Then it can be a little longer, and et cetera, until suddenly you're running a marathon when before you could barely get up and walk around the block. And I think that's really the key, is start small, congratulate yourself for small wins, and accept that, and then let that sink in, and then just do another thing. And it's a slow process. Nothing happens overnight. And again, if you think, well, it's going to happen and it's all going to be perfect tomorrow, that's not how it works. And, you know, obviously in my own life, you know, this has taken decades. And, you know, I think hopefully what this book does, though, it allows you to see the world in a different way, to use the techniques that are outlined there, to not have to go through the pain and suffering that I and others have gone through. And it gives you some insights, some tools. And again, and I'm sure you've experienced, you'll get like a book sometimes. That is what I was missing.
Yes.
This is what you know, I need. And what I've tried to do is, both by showing you the science behind it, but also intertwining stories, like I mentioned the one about Jim Carrey, and I've also included actually individuals who I have interacted with in my own life who've had these profound changes based on having a different perception of who they are and the power they have.
Yes. There's a part of the book where you talk about tapping into flow states. I think you even said like placebo,
Yes,
and something else, and hypnosis. So how do we tap into flow states, placebo effect, and hypnosis to start to manifest better?
So one of the points of those examples is to show that actually, very simply, you can get there without anything, right? I mean, hypnosis, you can include self-hypnosis, of course, but I'm sure most of the listeners are thinking the guy who comes and goes like this,
Yeah.
right? But that is how fast, if you train yourself to get access, and I talk about monks, and I talk about Wim Hof, you know, these people access the power they have within, and it takes practice and diligence.
Yes.
But the same processes are similar to hypnosis and the placebo effect. And the interesting thing about the placebo effect is that you can even know it's a placebo and it will still have the same effect.
And it still gets results.
Yes. And so, and also, if you think about exercising a particular muscle group, your muscles will increase without you doing anything.
Wow, that's crazy.
You see, but this is the power, because the brain doesn't know the difference between what you're thinking and reality, right? So if you embed it in there, now that's not to say your muscles are going to get as big as an Olympic weightlifter, but they do increase in mass. And so getting access to these things things within you that you don't appreciate is very, very powerful. And you talk about the flow state. This is a state of being where everything aligns, right?
Yes.
And that's where we want to be. We're not paying attention to time. We're not paying attention to externalities. We're just doing it. Now, again, you don't want it to turn into, I've ignored everything in my life to get to that goal, but you want to live in a way in which things naturally come and you're living it, and it's a process that's all working together for you to manifest your goals.
Wow, that's beautiful. What is the most recent research about the placebo, and how can we use that science or data to impact our lives positively?
Well, again, and the weird thing about it is you don't even have to believe it, and it will happen.
Wow.
Now, if you believe it's the real thing, it'll probably be more powerful.
Even better, yeah.
But again, it's embedding this belief into your head, and there's a 6-week program in the book, but it gives you a step-by-step way to do that. And again, it's not one and done. You have to do the work. Although I say the universe doesn't give a about you, I also would say God only helps those who help themselves, right? And when I make that statement at the end of the book, basically my statement is, you are the universe, right? You are the power that decides. And again, it's understanding how much power you have within yourself. There's we're talking about people getting stuck in things. Sometimes you cannot predict what's going to happen to you, but there's this attitude, it's called dispositional optimism. I don't know if you're reading that, but it's understanding that things don't work on our timeline, and having a constant state of an optimistic view of the world, again, that aligns you because it keeps you in this constant state of engagement of your parasympathetic nervous. System. And again, if you can live in that state and look through the world through that lens, your physiology is going to be at its best, your longevity is going to be increased, you're going to be much happier in terms of purpose and meaning in your life. Nothing, or at least I can't imagine nothing worse than being a crotchety old man still chasing 20-year-old women,
right.
Having 3 or 4 Ferraris. And actually, it reminds me, I'll tell you a funny story. I was in Aspen giving a talk, and one of the benefactors was an 80-year-old fellow, widower, who survived the Holocaust.
Wow.
And so he invites everyone up to his house. So, you pull up to this huge mansion that's, 20, 30 million.
Right. In Aspen.
In Aspen.
Yeah.
One of his multiple.
Sure.
So I go in there, and, I had been one of the main speakers. So he comes up to me and starts talking. And, he looks at my watch, and he says, "See this?" He points to his watch. $1 million.
Jeez.
And I'm like,
who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
And he says, "Come here." And I said, "Okay." So he takes me out to his garage, and again,
Tons of cars.
Yeah. And I'm looking at him, and then he starts saying, I've never been happy. And I said, okay. And he goes, he tells me about actually his tragic Holocaust experience and how he, married this woman, but he was never in love or passionate, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, I'm miserable. I'd do anything to be happy.
Wow.
Okay. And I said, okay. And he says, can you do anything for me? And I said, yeah, I can. I said, if you spend 10 hours with me, I will give you that gift.
Mm.
So he says, really? And I say, yeah. He says, well, how much will it cost? And I said, it'll cost $100,000 an hour. Okay. He looks at me and says, $500,000.
An hour or total?
No, total.
Yeah,
Well,
half.
it was, yeah, it was
One and a
half.
half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
It's $1 million, and I'm guaranteeing you.
Wow.
And so his daughter is there, and she overhears her talk, and she comes over and she says, Papa, this is like a neuroscientist. He studies this. You should do this. And he looks at her and says, foolish girl, you don't know anything about money. And he says, I have to save this money for you. And she looks at him and she goes, I have everything I need. I don't need anything. And she goes, do it. And he goes, no. You're foolish. And my point is, here was an opportunity for him to learn something, to get what he said he absolutely wanted, yet his own selfish self-interest and drive overpowered anything to actually give him what he wanted.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, he had a belief. He had an identity around what he thought he needed to hold on to, which was more money.
Yeah. But that was what always was making him happy or unhappy his whole life.
Exactly. But it gave him a sense of false security or status or influence or power or something.
Well, unfortunately, though, there are people like that. But the reality is, all the people around them are laughing at them.
Yeah, and they are making the people around them more miserable, probably.
Oh yeah, well, because they have to win, right? $1 million,
Wow. That's to one up everyone else.
Yeah, and that's a very classic thing. In fact, I'm not being critical of Warren Buffett, but there's a story that his wife wrote that said, he was never interested in the money; he was interested in winning.
The game. The game of winning.
Right. And it's not always about winning. Sometimes it's about caring for others, understanding people, being of service. Imagine somebody who has that degree of wealth, what he could have done to, let's say, fund an orphanage or help the people who can't afford food in Aspen.
Right.
And it would have been a minuscule amount.
Small compared to what he actually had. Yeah. Wow. This idea of identity, we start to build our identity as children in our teens and our 20s. How do we start to identify what our identity actually is and how it is empowering us or disempowering us in this pursuit of manifesting?
Well, the problem is, for many people, is that they have bonding and attachment issues that have been imprinted on them.
Yeah, it's anxious or avoidant, attached,
yes.
or
Yeah, and so they don't appreciate, look, when you're growing up and, 7 or 8 years old, you're not understanding this.
Yes.
But these types of connections, they get deeply embedded and you carry it with you. And so one is you have to make the effort to understand. As an example, I'm sure some of the listeners go, oh, well, now I have a little idea because I keep choosing this jerk to be a partner with.
Yes.
Well, why do I do that? And you have to sort of go backwards.
And self-reflect. And
I was giving a talk one time, and there was a woman. She raised her hand. We were talking about this exact issue, and she started crying. And she said, my father, when I was a kid, told me I would be nothing.
Wow.
Right.
So sad.
Yeah, it's horrible. And this is what people need to understand. Words matter to children. And so the woman said, my whole life I've spent trying to something.
Wow.
You know, she said, I became a nurse. I got a PhD. You know, she's a senior executive at a hospital chain, right? She's doing extraordinarily well. And her whole life has been trying to overcome baggage. And imagine the difference, though, if her father said, you know, you are amazing. You can do anything you want. I am so proud of you. I envision you doing incredible things. And how the 30 years of her life, or whatever it's been, 40 years, would have been one of love and connection and feeling worthy, versus every day waking up repeating, I was told I would be nothing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess there's a question within that, is if you are given all the love and empowering affirmations and words from your parents that you can do and be what you want to be, versus you don't have what it takes, you're never going to amount to anything, you disappoint me, you need to do better. Which one drives the person to create bigger or better results or impact? You know, because she has lived a life of impact, but it's from a place of lack, right?
Sure.
Would she be as driven to grow and expand and reach beyond what she felt she was capable of if she had all the love in the world? I guess that's the question.
Well, of course, in that case, we can't specifically answer that, but yeah, there's no question that, you know, I used to have a coach when I was a rower crew, okay? And I used to have a coach who would just scream at me all day.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Well, and it's
I had that
exactly
in
what we're,
football too.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's the
exactly
worst.
what we're talking. Did that make you strive and work harder? It just made you feel like the guy's a jerk. I
Yeah.
hate the guy.
I was
I'll
living in
do
fear
what I have.
too.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And versus then I had a different coach. The new coach was an extraordinary human being, one you would model yourself after. He won the gold medal in the double sculls in Melbourne in '52, I think it was. And you know, he was like, listen, you know, you need to work on this, but I know when you do this, you're going to excel here. You know, you're doing an amazing job. I can just tell you're really into this. I'm so proud of you, right?
It's more fun too.
Yeah, of course. So can you get a similar result? Yeah, but it's like, you know, somebody putting a backpack that keeps stabbing you in the back your whole life, saying, get going, versus somebody who's hugging you and embracing you and tell you how much they love you. Yes, you can do incredible results from horribly mean people, but that's not a long-term strategy.
Yeah, and it's not a healthy life.
No.
You know, there's probably a lot of stress and anxiety and chronic pain that you're carrying with that energy, with that vibration, which you talk about in the book, the vibration. And when we can get into flow state, we're able to really create more abundance and in a harmonious way.
Exactly.
Not in a hard way of grinding constantly to accomplish and then feel exhausted when we get to the top.
Yeah, and so then, you know, instead of having accomplished, going, that son of a, I showed you, you're sitting there, God, I'm happy to have, God, it felt so good, and I'm just so happy I was able to do this. It's a completely different way, and I would hope that people want the other way, where it's one of positivity and encouragement, not somebody driving you. And this is one of the problems in corporate America, right? You have bosses who think that creating fear motivates, and it does on some level to a point. You know, there's a great story about a fellow, what was his name? Carnes. I can't remember his, I think it was Jeffrey Carnes. He was in Australia. But he gives an example, which is quite interesting. He said, we did a 360 review in our company. I'm sure you're familiar with that, right? They checked out everybody. He said, you know, they came to me to share the results with me. He's telling his wife this. He said, they came to share the results with me. They told me in their entire history of doing this, I was the worst CEO they had ever met.
Wow.
And he said, they told me my employees fear me, and that I was creating an environment that was unhealthy, blah, 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 blah. And he says this to he said this to his wife, and he says to her, so what do you think of that? Can you believe that? I'm thinking of firing them. And she goes, why would you do that? They're absolutely correct. And he goes, what? And she said, I have been telling you this for 20 years, and you have not listened to me.
Wow.
said, you need to sit back and reflect on this. So he went through a 2-year analysis with therapy and actually ended up meeting a Buddhist monk and got into a meditation practice. So they did a reevaluation a few years later, and now they had like one of the highest retention rates, one of the highest productivity rates, one of the highest shareholder value from leading through compassion, thoughtfulness, kindness as a motivator versus fear as a motivator.
Wow, that's beautiful. One of the things, you give this 6-step process, and one of the things in step 6, it's about releasing these expectations and being open to magic, being open to the wonders, the mysteries of the world, when things will come to you. Maybe it's different than what you originally wanted, all these different things. Why is it important to manifest by not being attached to the results that you desire and being open to magic at the same time?
One of the challenges is that, and it gets back to attachment, because once you are attached to something, you have a vision of how it has to be.
Right.
And then that creates potential disappointment. And the nature of manifesting is it doesn't turn out exactly the way you want, because what you may not appreciate is that there are other factors which are competing here. And sometimes you may not appreciate it, but on an unconscious level, the right decision is being made. On a conscious level, it's not what you thought it was, and therefore you resist it. And that creates unhappiness.
Yes.
The other thing is the same as having a timeline. Like, it has to happen by this date. It doesn't work that way. As an example, I have been planning a World Compassion Festival, which is a huge event, right? For 13 years. Am I disappointed? No.
It hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet, but it will happen.
Yes.
And this is also dispositional optimism. I have an absolute belief that will happen. And in fact, I mentioned a little earlier, I was with Kailash Satyarthi, who's a Nobel Peace Laureate, yesterday. And we were talking about this World Compassion Festival, just came up. He said, well, why don't we join forces and make this happen?
That's cool.
Right? So, it's a process, and it has not worked in any way the timeline I had imagined, but I'm not disappointed or don't believe it's going to happen. Otherwise, I would sit there and go, I'm a failure, this should have happened 10 years ago, why didn't it happen? It's just like everything else I do, I'm a loser, right? Versus saying, it will happen, it's sitting there, the things have not all come together to allow it to happen, and even if it doesn't happen the exact way I envision it, if it happens, it's an extraordinary thing. And so I think you have to look at it that way. Otherwise, you're creating unhappiness for yourself.
Of course.
And why do that? And again, life doesn't work that way. It's like, as an example, sitting there saying, I want to manifest this beautiful woman. She has these attributes, da-da-da. Then and you're visualizing her as a blonde. And then this dark-haired woman comes in who has every one of those things. You go, oh, get out of here. You're not a blonde.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So it doesn't always work the way you want.
What would you say is, something that we should think about or do first thing in the morning to set us up for a daily rhythm of manifesting? Is there a mantra? Is there a process? Is there a way of thinking, a way of feeling, a way of acting? Is there something we should believe right when we wake up or in the morning?
Well, what I do may not work for everybody.
Sure.
And everybody has a different biology. They have a different way of seeing the world. Now, I'll tell you what I do to center me in the morning. But it sets the stage to manifest. And what I mean by that is I was talking about having a mental state of being of service to others, right? So my practice every morning is I wake up, and I say every morning, that's a lie. It is not every morning, it's most mornings.
Sure.
You know, it's funny. I don't know if you ever saw it. You know, Deepak Chopra's son did a movie about him.
Uh-huh.
And
Gotham?
Yes.
Gotham Chopra? I know, yeah.
And it showed him like, you know, Dad should be meditating. He goes and he's like,
Yeah.
And I know Deepak actually. But anyway, what I do is I sit up in bed and I do a breathing exercise because, as you know, that will shift you over to engagement of your parasympathetic nervous system, which is the rest and digest mode. It makes you open, it makes you thoughtful, it makes you more creative. And then I think of the awe and joy in this world. And there's a great book about awe by Dacher Keltner. I don't know if you know Dacher. Yeah, so, you know, that sets the stage of this, seeing the world through this lens of this incredible awe of being in this world and the joy of being able to interact in this world. And then I go through a 10-letter mantra. And this actually developed when I was asked to, which was an incredible honor to me, by my medical school to give the white coat ceremony lecture to the incoming medical students.
Cool.
So imagine the guy who should never go to medical school giving this very prestigious lecture.
Wow.
But what I wanted to do was I wanted to inspire these students through something that was simple and easy to remember, but would center them in their lives going forward, not only as a doctor, but as a human being. So it was 10 letters of the alphabet. It was C, compassion for self and others. D, recognizing the dignity of every person. E, practicing equanimity. And this is this idea of evenness of temperament. You know, we were talking about chasing goals and having attachment. You know, it's great to achieve a goal. It's great to have that high that you get when you achieve it. It's wonderful. It's amazing. But it's transitory.
Sure.
And you can't live at that state all the time. Conversely, having disappointments, having things fail, losing at things, as horrible and as painful as they are, they're also transitory. So having this evenness of temperament and not getting lost on the extremes is very, very important. Plus the other thing is, if you reflect on it, what teaches you the most? It's not the highs, it's the disappointments, the challenges, the things you've had to overcome. And that makes you who you are and creates resilience. And so somehow thinking you're going to avoid those, number one, is not healthy, but that's where so much teaching comes from. The other, of course, is forgiveness. And we know that when you carry emotions attached to an event or to a person, every time you think of that event or that person, it negatively affects you.
Interesting.
So when you're able to not carry that baggage and release it, and that's not to forget what somebody did to you or that, it's just to understand that carrying those memories is not healthy for you, then you're released again. And of course, one of the most powerful things, and I think it's really important, is having gratitude. And there's an immense amount of research that demonstrates having a gratitude journal, or in the evenings writing 3 things that you are thankful for. Because what people forget is, in fact, probably everyone listening to this podcast, you don't appreciate that half of the world's population lives on less than $2.50 a day.
Crazy, isn't it?
It's horrible. And when you look at your life, you are actually blessed. It's funny, as a neurosurgeon, you know, I've had situations where, let's say, somebody will have an accident and become paraplegic. And of course, they suddenly go, "This is horrible. My life is ruined." I say, "Look, I'm going to take you in the room next door with the guy who's a ventilator-dependent quadriplegic."
Can't move anything.
Yes, and is on a breathing tube and nothing. And then they say, "Oh, right?" So
It's about perspective.
it's about perspective. And this is the thing, is you have the choice of the perspective you look at the world through.
Yes.
Let's see, we were at gratitude. H, humility. Now, I will assure you, for a neurosurgeon, humility is one of the challenges.
You got to stay humble when you think you got, you know.
Exactly. Well, you know, being a neurosurgeon is still one of the professions in medicine that's still nominally highly respected. But anyway, humility, understanding you're no more important than anyone else. And I is integrity and values that bound your behavior, and are, if you want to call them rules to live by. J is a recognition of justice, meaning that we have a responsibility for caring for those who are vulnerable. K is simply being kind to others. It has nothing to do with suffering. Compassion has, by definition, a recognition of suffering with a motivational desire to alleviate that. So kindness is simply just being a good person. And of course, what contains all of this, and that's love.
That's good.
So that was my part of my lecture for my the white coat ceremony.
That's beautiful.
That's what I use every day in my own life. Now I'll tell you an interesting story about that. I gave that lecture, and a month or two later, and I think it was put on YouTube or something, but a month or two later, a woman reached out to me and she said, I heard that lecture, I read your book, which I talk about it in my first book, Into the Magic Shop, and she said, I'm the spiritual director of the largest homeless shelter in the United States. I'm a person of faith. My friends had sent me all of the scripture, but I was burned out at my job and I couldn't do it anymore and I had resigned. She said, I read your book, I heard that talk, it gave me the strength to return to work, which I'm like, oh my God, that's beautiful, right? So then, a month later, she sends me another email. She says, you know, I have to tell you the story. I was telling my best friend about this, and she has a daughter named Ginny. And Ginny is 12, and she makes beads. And Ginny made a set of 10 wooden beads that each one represents one of those letters of the alphabet.
That's cool.
And she added a golden bead to represent the golden rule. Would you mind if we sold these to support the homeless shelter? And we have a peace center there. And I said, absolutely. A few months later, she sends me another. She's like this stalker. She sends me another, and she says, you know, this has been so powerful. I went ahead and I created a YouTube video. Can I post it? And it shows this little girl making these beads with beautiful music, and she's talking about this practice. And she then posted them. And long story short, her and I became friends. I ended up going down to the homeless shelter and touring it and giving a talk in the church, or a sermon, if you will, even though I'm not particularly religious. And then she has two heroes in this world. One is the Dalai Lama, and the other is Desmond Tutu, and when he was alive. And so, as I think you know, I used to be chairman of the Dalai Lama Foundation. He's the founding benefactor of the center I run at Stanford. I said, listen, I'm hosting the Dalai Lama. I want to invite you to come, and I want to introduce you to him.
Wow.
And she was going, oh my God, it's incredible. She says, but you know, unfortunately, I make very little money, and I can't really afford it. I said, well, listen, I'm going to hire you as a consultant and bring a bunch of beads with you. And I did do that, and we had these beads blessed by His Holiness.
Wow.
And she got to meet her hero. So fast forward a few years later, I was friends with Tutu. So I was down in Cape Town at his 80th birthday party. So during his 85th, they invited me to come down again to his birthday. And I was in Oslo, and I called, I said, listen, you need to do me a favor. I said, I want you to go to Cape Town in my place.
Wow. Wow.
And meet Tutu. And while on the one hand, obviously it cost something to do that, in the big scope of my world, that was irrelevant.
Right.
But for her,
it was the world.
Exactly. Wow. And you see, that epitomizes what every one of us can do. To simply do a simple act, and it can be saying hello, it can be holding a door open, it can be sitting with somebody, it can be buying a homeless person a meal. And the thing is, the benefit you get from this is so powerful.
Yes.
You know, His Holiness says, if you want to make others happy, be compassionate. If you want to be happy, be compassionate.
If you want to make others happy, be compassionate. If you want to be happy, be compassionate.
Yeah, because we know when you care, when you're compassionate, it has a very positive effect on your physiology, because you get shifted over to engage engagement of your parasympathetic nervous system. Your cardiac functions improved, your peripheral vascular functions improved, the expression of inflammatory proteins is diminished, your immune system's boosted, your cortisol levels are decreased, and so there's a whole cascade of events. And plus, when you're kind and compassionate, your reward and pleasure centers are stimulated.
Wow.
Who wouldn't want to be that way? And that's what people forget sometimes.
Wow. And most people forget to be compassionate towards themselves the most.
Well, and that's the key of what we're talking about.
Absolutely. Mind Magic, the neuroscience of manifestation and how it changes everything. This is extremely powerful. I want everyone to get a copy of this book, get one for a friend as well. I've got a couple final questions for you, James, before we wrap up. But before I ask them, where can we send people to? Do you have a website we should send people to, or just go on Amazon and get the book?
I think there are many places besides Amazon.
Sure.
You can get books. Certainly, I'm a proponent of supporting independent bookstores, but it is on Amazon. You can also publish or purchase it from Penguin Random House if you use my name, book title. But it's pretty much anywhere.
Anywhere.
It can be sold.
And do you have a website as well where we can stay in touch with you or connect?
Yeah, it's jamesrdoty.md.com. And all of my work is there. The other book I mentioned briefly was Into the Magic Shop, which was a New York Times bestseller. It's in 36 languages. Also, the center I run at Stanford is there, and certainly people can go there. And we offer courses on self-compassion and compassion,
That's beautiful.
as well as even corporate programs and programs for first responders, police officers, and things like that.
That's very cool.
And that's at ccare.stanford.edu.
Okay.
And actually, another project that I'm actually very excited about is for the last couple of years I've been working on creating a mental health app.
Mm-hmm.
Because so many people are suffering from stress, anxiety, and
Yes.
lack of self-compassion. And the interesting thing about it is because, especially adolescents, so many are suffering that there are not even enough therapists to take care of all of these people. But the reality is most people are suffering from just living in the modern world. It's not, drug-resistant depression.
Sure.
It's just the stress and anxiety of living in the modern world, because as we're talking about with the blue zones, we're far different in the modern world. So what it does is it utilizes an emotion assessment engine to analyze facial expression, voice analysis, and context of speech, connected to a conversational AI knowledge base of compassion-focused therapy and psychology, which is then hooked up to a human avatar who talks to you.
Wow, that's cool.
And what we know is that having brief conversation, like 10 minutes, when somebody is feeling stressed and anxious, the very nature of a conversation can significantly decrease those feelings.
Wow.
And what's interesting is so many people are afraid of being judged.
They feel ashamed, yes.
So being able to talk actually to an avatar
Wow.
who is compassionate, empathetic, non-judgmental, accepting is very powerful. Now, this isn't to separate you from people. What it is to support you so that you can go forward and actually have better connections. And it's available 24/7, unlike your therapist, which, as you know, I should say, I don't know, maybe you don't have a therapist, but most people have therapists.
Sure.
But, you call after 5 o'clock and they go, if this is a life-threatening emergency, please call 911. Well, if you're stressed and anxious, that's really not the thing you want to hear.
Right, yeah.
But
That's
anyway,
cool.
that company is called Happy, HAPPI.AI.
Okay,
And
cool.
I'm
That's
very
cool.
excited about that.
That's cool. Oh,
Yeah.
When's that coming out?
Actually, people can sign up now for free.
Okay, cool.
We're letting people use it just to get
Testing it out,
input from
yeah.
them. Yeah, and
Awesome.
and certainly if people try it, please drop me a note. And
That's cool.
because we're trying to, of course, improve it. But it's pretty amazing the type of conversations you can have. Even, I've been like, wow,
That's cool.
amazing.
That's cool. Well, happy, HAPPI.AI. Check that out as well.
Yeah.
A couple final questions for you, James. One of them is called the 3 truths question. It's a hypothetical scenario. Imagine you get to live as long as you want, and you get to keep creating and manifesting and serving humanity the way you want to do it. and everything that you desire, you manifest until the day you die. But for whatever reason, on the last day in this world, you have to take all of your work with you. So this book we don't have access to, this conversation is no longer around, everything you've created, it's for whatever reason gone somewhere else. We don't have access. It's a hypothetical scenario in question. But if it was the last day many years away and you could only leave behind 3 lessons to the world, and this is all we have of your information, your content, what would those 3 truths be for you that you would share?
Believe in yourself, care for others, be kind to yourself.
Mm-hmm. Before I ask the final question, James, I want to acknowledge you for the consistent contribution you make on the world. I think this topic is extremely interesting for so many people because a lot of people are suffering and they want to have a better life, but they don't know how to create the life. So bringing neuroscience research and your own practical lessons into this work, sharing it here for people for free, creating it in a book people can follow with the program, and everything else you're sharing with the world, I just really acknowledge you for the contribution you are making currently on humanity. And I'm grateful for the wisdom and the lessons that you share. So I wanted to share that with you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's
You're
very
welcome.
kind.
Yeah, you're welcome. And my final question for you, James, is what is your definition of greatness?
Being authentic, understanding yourself, and caring for others.
There you go. Mind magic. Thank you, James. Appreciate it.
Joy is at the same frequency as love.
Uh-huh.
So it's right up there and it is incredible. And that's why in the Secret documentary and in The Secret, why I say nothing is more important than that you feel good.
Mm-hmm. That you
Because
feel...
when you feel good, you're on a feel.
This is a quote from a chapter called Naturally Liberating Whatever You Meet. On the one hand, when you regard disturbing emotions as emptiness, your practice turns into taking emptiness as the path and not the disturbing emotions. Thus, your practice doesn't become the short path. On the other hand, if you indulge in the disturbing emotions, thinking they are something concrete, it's like eating a poisonous plant and is the cause which binds you to samsara. Any disturbing emotion that may arise is wisdom the moment you relax to your natural mind. Look directly into it. Don't deliberately reject it, regard it as a fault, indulge in it concretely, or regard it as a virtue. The more I live my life tuning to Dharma, attempt to live life dharmically, live my life and see it becoming more dharmic. Certain words come through really strongly, like the word balance and the word patience. I see myself going through life in which phenomena appear, and some of them captivate me immensely, and my awareness goes into a thought relationship to that particular phenomenon. And at that moment, I lose some balance. I lose the spacious ground in which that phenomena exists. And then sometimes I keep letting go of thoughts, letting go of thoughts, letting go of thoughts until there is just awareness. Resting in that, you lose the world. And we've talked about the fire, which fires purify and which fires burn. At different moments, one fire that would burn at one moment later will purify. Depends on how ego-involved or how invested you are in the particular phenomenon as it arises. But I experience my life as a dance of balancing, of cultivating the qualities of spaciousness, of equanimity, of peace, of happiness. But I noticed that there were certain stages in my development, and they're still going on, and it's left over in a way from my renunciate models, where I haven't yet fully re-entered into the passions of life because I'm afraid of them. because I'm afraid they will captivate my consciousness and take me away from my balance too much. And I realize you shouldn't be afraid of anything. I agree. But I am afraid. And what I see myself doing, that's one of those fires. I see myself getting closer and closer to the edge of my fear, of coming back into some passionate joy about something in the world, something I would have been afraid to do for fear of losing my quiet spaciousness, and realizing that now my quiet spaciousness is still present, that it's still empty, clear, quiet. Like yesterday, and this is a beautiful exercise for me, I was doing interviews, and I'm doing one interview about every 6 or 7 minutes. Now, many people that come for an interview prepare, they spend time thinking what will they say, and they get it down to the kernel of the essence of the neurosis, or the kernel of the essence of the drama, the pain, confusion. And they hand me the kernel with all of its juice. And it's our kernel, it's our juice, it's our stuff. And it's my stuff as well as their stuff. I mean, it's just us, kids here. I watch because my job in that position, and my job in life, but that position demands it, is that I keep that balance perfectly. That at that moment, if I don't open my heart to the fullness of what that individual's pain or essence problem is, what they experience is that I'm not hearing them, that I don't understand, that they're alone inside their predicament. Because I kept separate. I didn't allow my empathy, the passions that my empathy would engage, I didn't allow it to occur. So I open myself, and sometimes my heart breaks because a person's predicament is a heartbreaker. But then the other part of me is constantly coming back into the sky that the meditation we're going to do later, into that just awareness, just that presence that looks at the emotional states, works with them, doesn't push them, doesn't pull them, doesn't grab them. And that part of me becomes a mirror for the other person, for them to see the way in which they're caught. In other words, the two bits of information that my presence there is offering is one, the empathy, we're all in this together. And the other is, but we don't need to be caught. This is two bits of information. And I realize now more and more that what we offer each other as human beings, we offer each other an environment. And that exercise is keeping me in the environment of that balance. So that I'm an environment where if that other person wants to come out and play from the pain and the suffering, here I am. And if they're in the pain and suffering, here I am. But there's nothing in me that's keeping them stuck in the pain and suffering. And there's nothing in me demanding they come out. And that's the interesting one. It's the interesting one about morality regarding other human beings' consciousness. Tim and I wrote an article back in 1963 for the Harvard Review called The Politics of Consciousness, in which we are arguing that each individual should have a right to do with their consciousness as they choose. And that's what a free system should allow. It's amazing how we don't do that in our society. But now I can see it. I see it particularly, for example, in the way in working with people that are approaching death. Because there is such a desire in somebody that is on a path of Dharma to have that other person die your death. Die the death you think they should die for them to be liberated. And to me, I learned over the years is it doesn't work. Because when you push against somebody, even the subtlest model in your head, they should be different than they are, awakens in them at a very unconscious level, pushing back. A resistance, a subtle paranoia. And I have noticed in my human relationships that as I want less and less from each individual, there is much less paranoia in them at a deep level, and they are much more available immediately. And the interesting thing is, what does it mean to be a safe space for another human being? A safe space means you don't have an agenda. But we have this tendency to have a model because we're trying to justify the way we're living our lives. So to me, that word balance is a really key issue. I mean, there are so many little balances we work with. The balance between the kind of intuitive heart and the thinking mind. Christina was saying, as you get too much thinking, the energy goes up and there's a whole contraction in the system around thinking. And there's a tendency in the spiritual journey to denigrate thinking, to denigrate intellect, to denigrate analytic mind. And I think that we as Westerners, coming out of our history of having the intellect be the highest power that we have, and now as we're shifting the balance, it is important that we don't throw out the baby with the bath. And I think we are inclined to learn how to integrate these two things so that we can honor and delight in the beauty of the intellect without being trapped by it. As they say, the ego or the analytic mind is a beautiful servant and it's a lousy master. And you can sense as you look at the world conditions how the best of intellect, the best of the Henry Kissingers, don't solve our problems ultimately. Because our problems require a different level of wisdom. And we have worshipped knowledge rather than wisdom. And wisdom has in it a very deep compassion. Maharaji said, see everyone as God. The reason I'm saying all this is because you and I spend a huge amount of time in interpersonal relations. And the question I ask you, since you and I aren't going to monasteries to live our lives, since that's one of the things we do so much, wouldn't it be nice to make it a yoga? To make your human relationships your yoga? To make your human relationships the vehicle for becoming free rather than the vehicle to stay entrapped. And what is required is a shift in the way in which one looks at relationships, what they're about, what their function is. We have come out of a psychological morass. Freud and all of the personality people took us down a road. It's hard to appreciate how deep in it we are. How deep in the doo-doo of personality. How real it all is. I mean, you all think you have needs that must be met. You all think you have personality identities that must be honored. And even as I say that, I can feel you get tight, defending your right to have those things. Isn't that true? I can feel it in myself, too. You know, I have a right to be angry. Damn right I do. We'll wait, you know, there's no rush. When you finish that trip, we'll still be here. Because awareness isn't in time. It's just here. You want to enjoy your neurosis? Enjoy. Enjoy. Have more. Have another helping. Really climb in. We have gotten so thick in it, and so you're either getting into it through abuse of this or that, or you spend the rest of your life getting out of it, which is all giving it, that plane of reality, so much juice. And you look at your relationships from the point of view of your separateness. How will you fulfill my needs? I'll be who you need me to be if you'll be who I need you to be. Now, that kind of symbiosis, that's all fine if you don't get trapped in it. But if you get trapped in it, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare rooted in your sense of separateness. It's like feeding the illusion of the separateness, which is the root cause of the pain. So if the game is to be happy, the question is whether fulfilling your needs makes you happy. And whether fulfilling your needs makes you any happier than not fulfilling your needs. It's an interesting one. It does for the moment, there's no doubt about it. But if you notice that when you live on the realm of needs, the minute one is done, another one appears. You have a hierarchy of needs. So like a motivational hierarchy. I need food. Now I need ice cream. Now I need television. Now I need a cold drink. Now I need some popcorn. Now I need to go to bed. If you notice that you just go from one need to another, and each one is, and then, and then, and then, It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. Now, these are all going on all the time. We all have needs and desires. We all have all the stuff. But just like I'm not going around being a bald man, I am bald, relatively speaking. To to those of you that don't have eyes to see. But my consciousness is not full of baldness. It's an also-ran. Sure. In my hierarchy of desires, if I have the power, yogic powers that Patanjali talks about, I'll create a beautiful head of hair for myself. As a whim, just to I did it on the astral plane, so those of you that can see know that And if you see the way in which people get encrusted in their personalities, you can look at somebody and the way they stand, the way they dress, the muscles of their face, the redundancy is staggering of a person saying, this is who I am. This is who, they're basically saying, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. So you see helpless people going down, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. Then you see bankers, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. You see car salesmen, this is who I think I am. This is who I am. Just laid back hippies. Hey man, this is who I think I am. Hey baby, this is who I am. And everybody gives you a little matrix. They're walking down the street with it out of the Doctor Strange comics, these huge mind nets. And the net goes out and it catches you. And you immediately go into the, I'll make believe you are who you think you are if you'll make believe I am who I think I am. So you don't even look to see who it is. You don't see God as your only friend. You don't see that could be God in drag. You see who they think they are. And you respond to it. And so everybody is going into the personality realm, making it real, and then interacting. And then looking at each other, and when you think your personality is real, that's all you see when you look at other people. You don't see that other planes of consciousness. I like the image of the man in a rowboat rowing through the fog, and he hits another boat, and he screams at the other boatman, why don't you look where you're going? And the fog clears for a moment, and there's nobody in the other boat. It was just floating. And you're left with... Because at that moment, the plane of consciousness shifted. There was nobody there. Well, imagine there isn't anybody anywhere. There's only one of us. There's just awareness. There's nobody. Who do you talk to? Can you and I enter into a dialogue knowing neither of us are real? Can we have needs without really thinking of them as who we are, where we're living? It seems to me that we come together through roles, through personality structures, through all these things. These are the vehicles through which we meet. These are the vehicles. The identification with the vehicle becomes a tremendous trap. And part of the yoga of relationship is to meet through the vehicle of all that stuff, but recognize that through the process of relationship, my relationship with you, let's find our way out of being trapped by that together. You help me and I'll help you, so that we can be in the roles in a kind of celebratory, free, playful way. I mean, take everything you're doing in your life, and instead of characterizing it now as need and pain and problem to be solved, like I used to be with Tim Leary, and the world would be falling apart, believe me. All the cars out in the parking lot would all be broken. These were new cars we had bought. The furnace would have exploded. We were in debt, everything. And I'd say, Timothy, we have a problem. He'd say, how many times do I have to tell you, Richard, we don't have a problem, we need a plan. And it was just like a little flip of consciousness. I mean, I've had a series of friends who have helped me escape from my own mind again and again. It's a great blessing to have them. Through humor. I remember driving across the country with a friend once, and we were driving along, and I was busy being neurotic, getting somewhere and checking the oil and getting to the gorge, yeah. And we'd pass a store that would, the Grand Union supermarket, and he'd say, Grand Union. I'm looking on the map to find out where we're going to have lunch, you know, and he's busy with Grand Union. But it would sink into my consciousness as if from a distance. It would slowly filter its way in until, oh shit, you know. Fly United. me do them all dead end. Just constantly flipping consciousness. I'm just playing with all of this stuff. So just to think about relationship as yoga. I mean, my history of being a therapist and having clients was that during that time, my psychodynamics were such that I was so not resting in my being, but in a feeling of inadequacy, psychodynamic inadequacy that was fulfilled through proving myself through the world and in other people's eyes, something that I'm sure somebody here understands. When I finally got to be a therapist, I really needed to be a therapist. And I needed my patients to be patient. They were called patients in those days. And I needed to be curing them. I didn't need to cure them because then they'd leave me. And then I'd have to go find another one. So I needed them to be being cured and be deeply appreciative of how I was curing them. But I needed them to stay a patient. I mean, I was going to sit at the side of the desk with the knee hole, and I had the clipboard. I mean, you just think of this pathology now in terms of where we've come in the years since then. This was 30 years ago. But I realize now, when I look at my dynamics, how punitive I was of somebody who came to me who was strong, who didn't really need me in that way, who wanted to become free. I mean, I say kiddingly, but it's not so funny that if I, in those days, met who I am today, who came into his office, I would hospitalize him. Who I am now would be such a threat to who I was then. So I invite you to examine the way in which your identity with your roles and your personality dynamics are creating a very rigid system with other people. And whether or not you are using the relationships in a way to get free from that. First of all, do you realize you're entrapped in them? I mean, I wrote a chapter in How Can I Help called Helper's Prison. The way in which you get into helping because it makes you feel righteous, it relieves suffering, it's all good things. So you get into I'm a helper. And I realized as I examined the dynamics of my own helping and the helping of the people around me, how disempowering this was to everybody else around them. How it needed helpless people to help. And I was seeing how you could give something to somebody in one way where you're identified with the giver, which forces them to be the receiver. Or you could give somebody to someone and yet not be caught in giving and receiving, but just be in shared awareness. It's like when I give these beads from my right hand to my left hand, the right hand didn't get caught in giving and the left hand didn't get caught in receiving. There was no giver, there was no receiver. And yet there was a giver and receiver. That's the key. There was no giver and receiver, and yet there was a giver and receiver. How do you play the roles? How do you have the needs without being trapped in them? And the first part of it is, as Gurdjieff said, to realize you're in prison, to realize you are trapped. Not really, but you are thinking you're trapped. And what that appreciation does is it changes the way in which you look at your life experiences. I remember I've talked about this many times, but I was with Emmanuel, and I said to Emmanuel, what am I doing on earth? Who made this terrible error? I mean, what am I doing on this plane? This is nonsense. These are all these rascals and brigands and slothful people and lustful people. I don't belong here. I'm much too pure for this. And he said, Ramdas, you're in school. Why don't you try taking the curriculum? That fascinated me. That was a nice way of putting it. It's a nice way of putting it. It's the same thing about the issue of coming into your passion. Or as Alan Watts once said to me, Richard, you're too attached to emptiness. Meaning I was pushing away the form too much. And the form becomes the curriculum. The form is the projection of the mind. Which forms you see, that's your karma writ large. And the issue of extricating oneself from those clingings, not to be not in them, but to be in them and not in them. Now you have the possibility of being with other people who are not trapped, who are always in that spacious awareness. You saw two of them on the television last night. Ramana Maharshi's beautiful example, just very always so simple and present and loving. That blend of compassion and emptiness, that's the way those come together. Let me just tell you one little story. I was in Madras, I believe, and I met a man who was in his 50s, I guess, and he had grown up as a small child around Ramana Maharshi. He used to sit on his knee and all that. And then he grew up and he became an army officer, and now he was sort of retired or something like that. And he said one day, an English gentleman came to the ashram. He said, this English gentleman was the head of a large set of businesses, and he was from England, but one of his set of businesses was in Madras. And the businessman was having trouble sleeping, and he was very agitated and very upset. And the manager of his Madras business said, you should meet this saint at Arunachala, Tiruvannamalai. And so the Englishman agreed, and he flew over to India in a flying boat, as the story was told, whatever that means. I guess a seaplane. And he came to Madras, and his manager took him to see Ramana Maharshi, and he was going to stay there for several weeks. And he came into the hall, and the hall was silent. Everybody was sitting there. And he sat down, and nothing happened. Right, now, this is a very successful businessman. And he started to get more and more agitated. And it was about 15 minutes before he couldn't stand it any longer. And he stood up, and he was like, I'm leaving here. This is silly. I can't spend my time this way. And Ramana Maharshi, who very rarely talked, said to him, Sir, before you leave, would you do me one favor? And Ramana Maharshi said, yes. Would you be kind enough to write a note to your wife? What a bizarre request. All right, if that's what you want. They brought him paper and a pen, and he wrote, Dear Hilda, I didn't find what I wanted here. I'll be back on Tuesday. Did you water the plants? And has Doris gone to the dentist? Signed, Henry. And he finished the note, and Ramana Maharshi held out the hand, and the note was getting, Ramana Maharshi folded it, and he put it up under his buttock, which was naked. And he said, would you be kind enough just to stay with me for 5 more minutes? The man said, all right. Sat down. And they sat there for 5 minutes. Then Ramana Maharshi got up, and he started to shuffle out of the room. And as he passed the man, he handed him the paper back. And then he went out of the room, and the man said, like, what kind of crap is this? What am I doing? I've come here. This guy's mad and insane. And he looks down at the paper, and it's on a different piece of paper. And he opens it up, and it says, Dear Harry, I'm sorry you didn't find what you want in India. I have watered the plants. Doris has gone to the dentist. I would write a longer letter, but the tall man with the turban who brought your note is insisting I answer very quickly. Signed, Hilda. Now, those are cheating. Those are miracle stories. They're really not anything at all, but it's just fun to hear a story like that. Just to realize the game is played on many levels. Shirdi Sai Baba, not Satya Sai Baba, but Shirdi, the old Baba. He said, he was a miracle Baba. He said, I give people what they want so they'll want what I give. Because you realize that freedom has nothing really what to do with miracles at all. Miracles are just reminding you that it's not the way you think it is. And that frees you a little bit to be able to wonder, how is it? When you wonder how is it, you're hooked. So you enter into a relationship with another person if you're lucky. It could be a friend, it could be a partner, it could be a fellow employee, it could be somebody you meet once a month or once a week, go to study with or something like that. Where you enter in with the contract, let us help each other awaken. Let us help each other remember together. Let's use our relationship to remind ourselves that we're stuck, that we don't have to be stuck, that we are already free, we're just busy being stuck. And these are very, very precious relationships, and they are very rare. I wish there were more of them. I wish we all had them all the time, but they are rare. And a lot of people who say they'd like to enter into that don't really want to. They just want to be somebody who wants to enter into it. And that's most of us. Because you come to the point where you are so familiar holding on to who you think you are, your psychodynamics, that you take even the fancy contract to awaken and use it in the service of your psychodynamics. I'm helping you awaken, for God's sakes. You're trapped, and I'm free, and I know I'm free because I see how trapped you are. Damn it. I love it. Oh, boy. I see more yeah, well. I think when you're working with another person in becoming free, or being free together, because the becoming is another hype. It implies that you got to go a certain distance. Like people say, you've been at this for 30 years. What hope is there for me? I'm only new. Ramana Maharshi's a good example, wasn't he? Was he 17 years old? He hadn't read any of this stuff. He didn't go to Dharma talks. He didn't meditate. He didn't do anything. He just lay down in his uncle's study and got enlightened. Oh, he realized he was enlightened. That's a good model. It's a good reminder that there's no time involved in the process. So that each moment in a relationship is the moment for us to be just here together, dancing through the form. It's like the form of lecturer and listener. Can you hear without getting caught in listening? Can I speak without getting caught in speaking? Can you and I be together through this dance of talking and listening? Does this talking and listening separate me from you because you're them? Or am I in the world of us sharing this together? And is it bringing the us closer together? I really see, and I've seen that as I'm resting in being more deeply, like I have all these little aids, mechanisms, things like these, techniques to remind me. They're all traps. They're all traps. All methods are traps. I mean, meditation is a trap. You don't want to end up a meditator. You want to end up free. Judaism is a trap. This is a hard one. For those that are Jews, you don't want to end up a Jew. You want to end up free. Boy, I was just in Israel, and I tried saying things like that. Sure, then you delight in all the forms. You delight in your sexual identity, in your religious identity, in your social and economic identities, and your political identities, and all of your family identities, but you're not trapped in them. But I work with this little 5-line phrase. Prolong not the past. Invite not the future. Don't alter your innate wakefulness. Don't fear appearances. There's nothing more than that. Don't prolong the past. Don't invite the future. Don't alter innate wakefulness. Don't fear appearances. There's nothing more than that. Now, when I'm sitting in interviews and somebody tells me a particularly difficult, emotionally engaging story, I can feel my fear of appearances arising. Because I can feel my emotional body going out, and I feel my awareness going into that emotional And at that moment, don't prolong the past. Don't invite the future. Don't alter your innate wakefulness. Don't fear appearances. It's nothing more than that. And immediately there's a righting mechanism, and I come back. It's a balance. And in relationships, there is a balance. You don't ignore the personality stuff because it's still real to people. You fulfill it in the way you can without getting lost in it. It is up to the most conscious person in a relationship to create this space where the relationship can grow. I mean, I'd be with Maharaji, and I'd be very serious about something, and he'd just giggle. And what I'm left with over the years are things like the giggle. I'm left with Maharaji going like that. I have that over my toilet. Because Maharaji was, for me, that mirroring process, and yet he was passionately alive. He was chiding and throwing things and screaming at people and laughing and holding and doing all that stuff. And at the same moment, it was just like a vast mountain of emptiness. We were all busy with our personality. Who can get his foot to massage it? Who can get closest? Who will he give a name to? Who will he love the most? There was a guy who I knew from the States, and he was kind of unbalanced at that time because he had had a bad love affair. And so I told him to come to India, and he came to India. Every time he tried to get near Maharaji, Maharaji would push him away, and I got really upset with Maharaji because this guy really needed something. So I brought him into the room, and I'd sort of aim Maharaji at him. You know, I'd do this kind of thing. And Maharaji would ignore him completely, and I would get more and more furious with Maharaji. And then at one moment, Maharaji turned and attended to him, and within a week, that guy had moved into the top slot in the whole temple, and he was going into the room when I couldn't, and I was hating that guy, absolutely detesting him. It was absolutely extraordinary. Because Maharaji saw where my mind was caught. I mean, he wasn't. I'm just projecting this. He was just this silly old man. But I experienced him as seeing where I was caught, and he didn't think, I think I'll show Ram Dass a lesson. Because each person in the room always thought the action was directed at them. Okay? Everybody in the room, that was the far out part. And I'm sure he didn't sit and say, well, now for him I'll do this, and then for him I'll do this, but if I move my hand this way, he'll get it, and he just did it. To me, this is the best teaching story that I have found to date. As I always say, if you've heard it before, think of how many times I've heard it. The train clanked and rattled through the suburbs of Tokyo on a drowsy spring afternoon. Our car was comparatively empty, a few housewives with their kids in tow, some old folks going shopping. I gazed absently at the drab houses and dusty hedgerows. At one station, the doors opened, and suddenly the afternoon quiet was shattered by a man bellowing violent, incomprehensible curses. The man staggered into our car. He wore laborer's clothing, and he was big, drunk, and dirty. Screaming, he swung at a woman holding a baby. The blow sent her spinning into the laps of an elderly couple. It was a miracle that the baby was unharmed. Terrified, the couple jumped up and scrambled towards the other end of the car. The laborer aimed a kick at the retreating back of the old woman, but missed as she scuttled to safety. This so enraged the drunk that he grabbed the metal pole in the center of the car and tried to wrench it out of its stanchion. I could see that one of his hands was cut and bleeding. The train lurched ahead, the passengers frozen with fear. I stood up. This story is being told by Terry Dobson, who was an Aikido, a Westerner who went and spent many years in Japan studying Aikido. And he has since died, and I read this in memoriam. So this is him speaking. I was young then, some 20 years ago, and in pretty good shape. I'd been putting in a solid 8 hours of Aikido training nearly every day for the past 3 years. I liked to throw and grapple. I thought I was tough. The trouble was my martial skill was untested in actual combat. As students of Aikido, we were not allowed to fight. Aikido, my teacher had said again and again, is the art of reconciliation. Whoever has the mind to fight has broken his connection with the universe. If you try to dominate people, you're already defeated. We study how to resolve conflict, not how to start it. I listened to his words. I tried so hard. I even went so far as to cross the street to avoid the chimpara, the pinball punks who lounged around the train stations. My forbearance exalted me. Know that? Hear that one? My forbearance exalted me. I felt both tough and holy. In my heart, however, I wanted an absolutely legitimate opportunity whereby I might save the innocent by destroying the guilty. This is it, I said to myself as I got to my feet. People are in danger. If I don't do something fast, somebody will probably get hurt. Seeing me stand up, the drunk recognized the chance to focus his rage. Aha! He roared. A foreigner. You need a lesson in Japanese manners. I held on lightly to the commuter strap overhead and gave him a slow look of disgust and dismissal. I planned to take this turkey apart, but he had to make the first move. I wanted him mad, so I pursed my lips and blew him an insolent kiss. All right, he hollered, you're gonna get a lesson. He gathered himself for a rush at me. A fraction of a second before he could move, someone shouted, "Hey!" It was ear-splitting. I remember the strangely joyous, lilting quality of it, as though you and a friend had been searching diligently for something and he had suddenly stumbled upon it. Hey! I wheeled to my left, the drunk spun to his right. We both stared down at a little old Japanese man. He must have been well into his 70s, this tiny gentleman sitting there immaculate in his kimono. He took no notice of me, but he beamed delightedly at the laborer as though he had a most important, most welcome secret to share. Come here, the old man said in an easy vernacular, beckoning to the drunk. Come here and talk with me. He waved his hand lightly. The big man followed as if on a string. He planted his feet belligerently in front of the old gentleman and roared above the clacking wheels, "Why the hell should I talk to you?" The drunk now had his back to me. If his elbow moved so much as a millimeter, I'd drop him in his socks. The old man continued to beam at the laborer. "What you been drinking?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with interest. "I've been drinking sake," the laborer bellowed back, "and it's none of your business." Flecks of spittle spattered the old man. "Oh, that's wonderful," the old man said. "Absolutely wonderful. You see, I love sake too. Every night, me and my wife, she's 76, you know, we warm up a little bottle of sake and we take it out into our garden and we sit on our old wooden bench. We watch the sun go down and we look to see how our persimmon tree is doing. My great-grandfather planted that tree and we worry about whether it will recover from the ice storms we had last winter. But you know, our tree has done better than I expected, especially when you consider the poor quality of the soil. We take our sake and we go out to enjoy the evening, even when it rains." He looked up at the laborer, his eyes twinkling. As he struggled to follow the old man's conversation, the drunk's face began to soften. His fists slowly unclenched. "Yeah," he said, "I love persimmons too." His voice trailed off. "Yes," said the old man, smiling, "and I'm sure you have a wonderful wife." "Nah," replied the laborer. "My wife died." Very gently, swaying with the motion of the train, the big man began to sob. "I don't got no wife. I don't got no home. I don't got no job. I'm so ashamed of myself." Tears rolled down his cheeks. A spasm of despair rippled through his body. And there I was, standing in my well-scrubbed, youthful innocence, my make this world safe for democracy righteousness. I suddenly felt dirtier than he was. The train arrived at my stop. As the doors opened, I heard the old man cluck sympathetically. My, he said, "that is a difficult predicament indeed. Sit down here and tell me about it." I turned my head for one last look. The laborer was sprawled on the seat, his head in the old man's lap. The old man was softly stroking the filthy, matted hair. As the train pulled away, I sat down on a bench. What I had wanted to do with muscle had been accomplished with kind words. I had just seen Aikido tried in combat, and the essence of it was love. Now, it's unlikely, if you were to get into the thought processes of that old Japanese man, that he said to himself, "This is a terrible situation. I better do something. I will yell, 'Hey,' joyously." Doesn't that seem unlikely to you? I mean, that may have gone on, but it seems unlikely to me. Okay? So where did it come from? Where could that hey have come from? Hey! Hey! I mean, we are all living on the subway car all the time. There's always violence around us. There's always threat. There's always anger. There's always all this stuff. Tremendous fear everywhere. Lots of fear. Always around us. How could that old man have had a joyous hey? Where could that have come from? That's Maharaji's giggle. It's the place that is with it all. I mean, he didn't ignore the situation. He entered into the dance of it. He brought in a whole new harmony, a whole new dimension. It was as if the out-of-balancedness of the scene, the way in which everybody was caught in the drama, and there was no spaciousness, elicited from him a process that brought the whole thing back into another balance. He up-leveled the scene, could say, because he was the up-level. The hey just came out of the total gestalt of the moment. It was not an analytically arrived at solution. It was who he was. He didn't lose his appreciation of the beauty of humanity because of the fear, the violence, the stuff. Interesting, isn't it? How many of us contract all the time around the fear, around the violence, around... It's interesting that this kind of stuff we do when we come together and we study and we work and we meditate and we sing and we do all this and we do it over years, and you can feel, those of you that have been doing this together for years, how we are changing. We are slowly, and there's no time again, so it could happen from person in a moment, but there is, you can feel the process going on of lightening up, of not taking the personality so seriously, of not taking the dramas of life, not getting so trapped in them, not pulling back, but not being trapped. Passionate involvement and emptiness. A joy that doesn't deny what is in the world and isn't trapped by it. You and I are in the process, and the reason I used the word patience earlier was that you go from planning when you'll get enlightened. If I work hard at this retreat, and if I go to the 3-month at Barry, and then if I read by next June, I can probably put out my shingle as an enlightened being. Forget it, baby. There's no time in it, and it's all process. It doesn't end. It's just a continuous process. Continuous process. I mean, Maharaji kept a diary, and every day in the diary, I mean, can you imagine a realized being keeping a diary? What do you suppose he thought was significant that he wrote down every day? 2 pages he wrote every day. And he had books of it. I mean, book after book. There were stacks of these books. Every day, 2 pages. He wrote all the critical events that happened during the day. If you open the page, it says, Ram, 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 Ram. Just 2 pages of Ram, 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 Ram every day. And when he was about to die, he gave it to Siddhima, this incredible woman. He said, would you keep my diary from here on in? It was called his diary. And he was just, he was bringing it all back into its source all the time. Back into its source all the time. And he was still doing practices. But it wasn't practices out of need. It was practices out of celebration. He was just celebrating it all. I remember when I first met him, I thought he had a nervous tic. He kept going like this all the time. You know, and you think, what a nervous person he is. You know? Then you realize he was using his hand as a bead. Ram, 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 Ram. And then just this one other little story. I could tell in my inner gut who he was. And I knew who I was. Hear the tone? I was, and I knew who he was. And I wanted what he had. So I'd have it too. And the problem was he kept distracting me all the time. You know, you come and he'd talk to me about America. Who gave a damn about America? I wanted to get enlightened, you know. And I saw that more talking about America didn't get me anywhere. So one day I determined not to be sucked in. And I was brought out to the temple with this Indian man, and there was just this Indian man and me and Maharaji. It was it was sunset. So the Indian man and I came up to Maharaji's tucket, and we sat down in front of him. And I decided I had been reading Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga. So I brought my awareness to my third eye, my ajna, and I sat there. I went into meditation. Like, damn it, you give me what I want. And he said, Ramdas, and he started to ask questions, and I ignored him. I just sat like this. I wasn't going to have any bullshit. He wasn't going to con me this time. I wanted it now. At which point, he leaned over on his elbow, and he started to snore. Okay? And when he snored, my body absolutely exploded. I mean, it was Kundalini City in there. My head started to shake like this, and my whole body was shaking like this. And I thought I really experienced that I was about to break my neck. It was so violent. And I was getting frightened. And at that point, he sat up, and the whole thing stopped. And he said to the guy, ask Ramdas how much money Stephen makes. I mean, what he's basically saying, when you're ready, you'll get it. Stop being greedy. Be patient. Don't rush. Get over that trip. Relax. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Because ultimately, it's so ordinary that all the little increments in energy you don't even notice. It's not like I've got all this power. It's just like the little Japanese man isn't noticing that he is doing that for that reason. That's the manifestation, like the tree or the river. So I encourage you to look at your relationships as vehicles for awakening. Now, there are 2 kinds. One is where you've got somebody in it that wants to awaken with you, and the other is where they don't. And those are just 2 different kinds of yoga for you. One is with satsang, and one is without it. But the interesting thing about the one without it is that's in your own head. They're satsang, they just don't know it yet. And you're not demanding they be satsang. You're just looking through the veil of their mind's denial of who they are to be with who they are. But you can only do that when you're resting in it, because it takes one to see one. So you're constantly working on yourself, just coming back into that balance, into that equilibrium, and then looking and seeing everybody else here in the same space with us. We're all here together. We're all in this awareness. And then you see people dipping down, getting caught into their needs, desires, fears, personality, and losing the balance. And you're just sitting here saying, losing the balance. So. Hey! Ooh. So relationship as a vehicle, patience. See, realizing there's nobody in the other rowboat. There's nobody in the other rowboat. And the excitement of being with another human being, and you've been lost in your drama for thousands of incarnations together. And then you start to come up for air together. What an incredible joy to be with another human being and be free. And the far out thing is it takes exactly one moment. I would watch, I'd stand behind Maharaji, and they'd, like the army had Hanuman as their Ishtadev, their divine form. So Hanuman is on all the army flags in India. And the army trucks would be coming from the Nepalese front, the China border rather, and they would come by the little temple up in the Himalayas, and the trucks would all stop, and everybody would come into the temple, because it was a Hanuman temple, to pranam, and Maharaji was there, so they'd all line up to pranam, and then they'd be given food, and then they'd go back. They were always fed at the temple. And Maharaji would be sitting there, and people, these army guys would be coming along, touching his feet, rushing off, touching his feet, rushing off, and he'd be talking to people, and he'd just have a foot out there, and they'd be touching his foot and rushing away, touching his foot and rushing away. Every now and then, he'd turn to somebody, and he'd say, "Your mother needs to hear from you." Then he'd go back to talking. And the guy would, I was standing behind him, and I watched the guy go, like this. And then he'd go on. And then I'd watch, most of the people came by, and you saw the denseness of them being in honoring the guru. That was they were in a definite role game, deep in, honoring the guru, get food, go. I mean, they weren't doing it to get the food, by the way. I mean, this is a very pure situation. It's far hard to find that in the army, But every now and then, one would come and touch and look up, and you would see something happen at that moment. You just see something happen. And you knew that that whole person's life, something was going to be different from then on. And it only took that long. I realized that what Maharaji, his business with me took that long. All the rest of it was collecting more out of my fear that something hadn't happened, which is far out. And I would say that for most of you, that has happened. You're already hooked. It's already over. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't. That's what's so bizarre about it, unless you just came in by error or, like something. But you're more or less stubborn as to how quickly you will give up, Damn it, my personality is real. I need love. I'm lonely. Good. Is it fun? How do you do? I'm Dick. She wasn't there for me when I really needed her. Oh, God. I was there for you many times before that. Boy, oh boy, you watch it, it's like, hey everybody. Wow, dig this one. Look at this. This is really thick. Will they ever get out of it? No, I don't think so. That's what As the World Turns makes all its money on, is your life stories. I mean, it's all the stuff we're all in, right up to our eyeballs all the time. Does anybody want to get free? Hey, gorge. Hey! Hey! So relationships are a stinker of a yoga. Because just like institutions, they are an institution because it's so easy to go to sleep into them. I won't bug your ego if you don't bug mine. You don't understand. I'm trying to get enlightened, but I really need this now. I like that one. Oh, well. Would you put one more really in so I'll know you really, really need it? Well, you can't have it. Now what? Ooh. Well, I'm going home to Mother. Great. Lots of luck. Well, wait. I'll be here. I'm getting outrageous. I better stop quickly. I mean, I tried being impatient with myself about all this crap, and everybody else, but it didn't help. I mean, I'm left with just one word, how poignant. How poignant I am. I mean, just how poignant I am. Oh, boy. I can find myself in a place of such righteousness and such self-pity and so tight. I have somebody who lives in the house that I live in, and he's a complete slob. And when I come home from a trip, he knows how I like to clean house. And I come in, and you got to walk through the litter up to your knees, see? And I feel I have a right to have a clean house. If he cared for me, he would have cleaned the house. And I sit in my room, and I'm busy being, damn it, I don't even know where I can go on this. He should have cleaned the house, and here I come home, and I've been working, and I've come home, and there's no clean house, and there's no, yeah, poor baby, and I'm just so full of it. And then somewhere in the outer consciousness comes, hey, you know, hey. Do you really want to live it out at that level? Do you really? I mean, I've controlled my life so much for many years that I was always in the right. And I always had control of my scene, and I was always miserable. Isn't that interesting? I was always miserable because I was stuck inside my mind boxes. If you feel yourself contracted, and examine how much you are just sticking inside your little mind box of thought and right and control and mastery and needs. Does it mean you don't have desires, you don't have needs? Of course not. I mean, there's sometimes when a Ben and Jerry cookie dough ice cream is an absolute necessity. And I go to the store, and I go to the freezing compartment, and it's gone. See what Maharaji did? I go, Now, the question is whether I'll now drive from store to store and search. Call Ben, have him ship it in. Or be somebody who didn't get a cookie dough ice cream that night. It's interesting because the moment I'm somebody who didn't get cookie dough ice cream that night, I am just as happy as if I had the cookie dough, and a lot thinner. I can feel my blood vessels thanking me. I mean, you must see how you get a desire and you get lost in it, and how quickly you get lost into it. And the thing is, it's so rushy and trippy. God, we got to have cookie dough. I mean, I remember in the old, those days, that need for cookie dough ice cream. Well, they didn't have it then, but the need for chocolate chip. You each have your own. One of the bits of wisdom I'm passing on is not to take yourself so seriously. To take it all lighter. To take it all a little bit more with hay. Hay. Wavy Gravy, our clown who's on the board of SEVA, has always told us if you don't have a sense of humor, it just isn't funny. And he has the serious glasses, the Groucho Marx glasses, on the puja table. And if anybody at the board meeting, when we're talking about death, destruction, violence, blindness, malnutrition of children, uses the word serious, they have to put on the serious glasses. So we won't take ourselves too seriously. Because taking something serious doesn't make it go away any faster. In fact, it keeps making it a little bit worse. When you think of all the things the Japanese man might have done, look at how cleanly he cut across into another realm by the hay persimmon tree. He didn't start with, oh, you poor man, you must be having a terrible time being drunk. He didn't reward that. He went out and then came back in. There's a great quote from D.H. Lawrence. It talks about when you come at relating to people from the freedom, from the spacious, from the deepest self, you don't do violence to one another and you don't destroy each other's individuality. But trying to impose unity upon diverse people at the more superficial level, from outside in, like I'm a Jew, therefore I'll honor you as a Protestant, versus here we are beings. You want to be a Protestant? I'll be a Jew. What do you say? That's a different level. At the more superficial level, whether by love, coercion, or group processes to do violence. And I've heard that a lot. I heard it at a social action retreat that we had, when it turned into chaos, when the minority groups decided they weren't going to be pushed around by some white honkies at a meditation retreat. And they had a revolution, and they threw us out of power. We had designed this wonderful retreat for burned-out social activists. We forgot they were activists. And for a day, there was this incredible chaos, absolute chaos. I mean, everybody had meetings and was not talking to everybody else and being right, and, And then, I mean, there were so many subgroups. It was, you didn't know which one to go to. Do you go to the men's one from the East Coast? Or, everybody had an axe to grind. And then we had a kind of a fishbowl where all the people that were oppressed went into the center, one group at a time. Like people of color were oppressed first because they had been oppressed longest, I guess. And they went in, we won't say that because that'll start something else. They went in and they'd be oppressed and we'd all listen. And then women went in and they were oppressed and we'd all listen. And then gays and lesbians went in and we all listened. Everybody was oppressed and we listened. Then white men went in and they were oppressed by being oppressors. That was oppressive. And we all listened. And it was interesting that after we had all been through that and we'd all heard each other so that we were sharing an awareness of our oppression, we'd all felt listened to, we could all start to be together in a way that was collaborative. But the day before that thing happened, when we didn't know how to get out of it, I, in my infinite wisdom, got up and said, "What is this all about? We're all one." And they said, "Don't give us that bullshit." And you can see that 3 days later, they would say, we're all one. But how we had to arrive at it. And I just like this particular story. A shepherd was grazing his sheep when a passerby said, "That's a fine flock of sheep you have. Could I ask you something about them?" "Of course," said the shepherd. Said the man, "How much would you say your sheep walk each day?" "Which ones?" The white ones or the black ones? The white ones. Well, the white ones walk about 4 miles a day. And the black ones? The black ones too. How much grass would you say they eat each day? Which ones? The white ones or the black ones? The white ones. Well, the white ones eat about 4 pounds of grass each day. And the black ones? The black ones too. How much wool would you say they give each year? Well, which ones are you referring to, the white ones or the black ones? The white ones. Well, I'd say the white ones give some 6 pounds of wool each year at shearing time. And the black ones? The black ones too. The passerby was intrigued. May I ask you why you have this strange habit of dividing your sheep into white and black each time you answer one of my questions? Well, said the shepherd, that's only natural. The white ones are mine, you see. Ah, and the black ones? They're mine too. After that invitation, I just want to sit and gloat and glow and just have you all stroke me. I'm really great. I didn't realize how good I was. When you get old enough, it's interesting. You just sort of become an elder, and you just get points just for living. Somebody came up to me and said to me today, they were telling me what they do, and they say, you know, Dr. Fadiman is one of my professors. And remembering back when he was one of my students, it took me through, I was starting to go like this. Tonight I'm speaking on promises and pitfalls of the spiritual path. And then after I speak, Rama and Gangadhar, who are two of my dear friends, and I are going to lead some chanting. And for those of you that would like to play that spiritual practice out. The reason I'm speaking on promises and pitfalls of the spiritual path is because Stan Groff couldn't get in touch with me. And so he created the title. But since I respect Stan so much, because he's one of my teachers, I felt that if he set the title, I should rise to the occasion. So I am going to speak on promises and pitfalls of the spiritual path. It's probably the same lecture. You just keep working it around into a, you know. It was interesting to reflect about it today when I was putting this together. I'm talking primarily about the spiritual work in the United States tonight because that is the one that has, whoops, this feedback. That's the one that has most been visible to me over these past years, even though I'm now teaching more in Europe and Australia and abroad. Certainly there is a history of mysticism in America. There's Emerson and Thoreau and Whitman and so on. But it was in the 60s that there was a dramatic awakening of spiritual consciousness in America, and that is in no small part due to a speaker who has been here on this program, Dr. Albert Hoffman, who I certainly want to honor. I don't know that this is a confidence, but the first time I met Dr. Hoffman was in Basel, and we had lunch together, outdoor restaurant, and I was meeting the head of research for Sandoz, which from our point of view was quite a coup. And it took a while before he described to me how he would once a year go out in a field where the flowers were with his wife
to explore with psychedelics. And then I knew I was with a Landsman. But he spoke this morning about realities and the shift in reality, and that was a major shift that occurred in the 60s, was the shift from what you'd call absolute reality, thinking that what you saw and what your thinking mind thought it understood was only one kind of reality, and there were other kinds of reality. William James, of course, had said that many years before. You remember his quote, "Our normal waking consciousness is but one type of consciousness, whilst all about it, parted from it by the slightest veils lie other types of consciousness. We might spend our entire life without knowing of their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus, and there they are in their completeness." And of course, it's interesting that William James said that when he was a professor at Harvard, and I was thrown out of William James Hall for doing what he said. Up until the 60s, the primary spiritual containers were the organized religions of this culture. And they were primarily the holders of the ethical constraints of the culture. And they motivated people to ethical behavior through fear and through internalized superego. And they were primarily the mediator between you and God was the priest. So there was a priest class. And what the 60s did through psychedelics initially was blow that whole system apart, because it made the relationship to God a direct experience once again of the individual. Of course, the Quakers have had that and had a long history of it, as did other traditions. But in terms of mainstream, it started to be, this was a new concept coming into the culture, which was spiritual and not formally religious. Most of the time up until then, mystical experience had been pretty much denied and treated as irrelevant in our culture. I was a social scientist, and I just spurned it. I mean, I was just cynically spurned it. I wouldn't even read that stuff. Rilke said about that period, "The only courage that's demanded of us, to have courage for the most strange, the most singular, the most inexplicable that we may encounter. That mankind has in this sense been cowardly, has done life endless harm. The experiences that are called visions, the whole so-called spirit world, death, all these things that are so closely akin to us have by daily parrying been so crowded out of our life that the sense with which we could have grasped them are atrophied, to say nothing of God." But then in the 60s that changed. And most of us recognized a part of our being that we had never known before. We experienced a part of our being that was not separate from the universe, and we saw how much of our behavior was based on the desire to alleviate the pain that came from our own separateness. It was the first time that many of us broke out of the alienation that we had known all of our adult lives. And we began to recognize the health of our intuitive, compassionate hearts, a health that had been just lost under the veil of our minds and the constructs our minds had created about who we were and who everybody else was. In other words, we transcended dualism and experienced our unitive nature with all things. And there was bliss, and there was all kinds of wonderful feelings for it. And that glow lasted into the middle 60s. And there was the Summer of Love in 67. And then, of course, it had started to turn by then, and it did turn. But it's interesting how mainstream those ideas have gotten in the 25 years since that time. When I lecture now when I was lecturing in those days, I was speaking to audiences between the ages of 15 and 25. Those were the explorers in those days. And these meetings were like members of the Explorers Club. And we were just comparing maps of, you know, the terrain of the travels. And 25 years later, when I speak in, say, Des Moines, Iowa, there are 1,500 people. And I'm saying roughly the same thing, probably not to my credit, but I'm saying the same thing I was saying 25 years ago. And I'd say most of those people, at least 70 to 80%, have never smoked dope, they've never taken psychedelics, they've never read Eastern mysticism, and they're all going like this. Now, how do they know? See, how do they know? And of course, the reason they know is because these values, the shift from that narrow view of reality into a relative reality, which made all institutions up for grabs if you look deep enough, all of that has permeated into the mainstream of culture. So that in a way, a person nowadays has much more option about reality than they had at the time that I was coming through graduate school, for example, as is reflected in all of the proliferation of new kinds of social institutions for education. To understand what was happening to us, we started to look for maps, and the best maps that were available to us at that time, that seemed to be readily available, were Eastern maps. Maps from Buddhism, Hinduism, those traditions. Most of the Middle Eastern religions, the maps about the direct mystical experience were part of the esoteric rather than the exoteric religion, and thus they were sort of guarded in a way. The Kabbalah and Hasidism wasn't as popular as it is now. Sufism wasn't as popular as it is now. So in those early days, we were going to the Tibetan Book of the Dead and the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, things like that. And what we found was, since this experience was happening to many of us, including the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, there were different strokes for different folks. Different people interpreted the experience differently. And people turn to different forms of practice in order to further experience or to integrate what had happened to them, often through psychedelics. Only partly through psychedelics, of course, but much through that. At that time, in the 60s, in the early 60s, it had happened to us so dramatically that I remember Tim Leary and I had a chart on our wall at Millbrook, which was a curve showing, it was a geometrically rising curve showing how fast everybody would get enlightened. And it did involve putting LSD in the water supply, but other than that, it was not terribly dramatic. Okay. And it seemed so inevitable and irrevocable because the experience was so powerful and so irreversible once it had happened that we started to surround ourselves with other people who had experienced it, and pretty soon at Harvard we were considered a cult because the people that hadn't experienced it no longer could talk to us because we couldn't talk to them because they didn't know. And that unbridgeable gulf had started to occur right in our own department of social relations. Now, that kind of naive expectation that it was all going to be over immediately denied all of the information that we read, but didn't really. We said, well, we've got a new way because psychedelics are going to do what Buddhism couldn't do and Hinduism couldn't do. Because when the Buddha described how long we've been on the journey, since he was talking reincarnation talk, you know the image. He said, imagine a mountain 6 miles long, 6 miles wide, 6 miles high. And every 100 years, a bird flies over the mountain with a silk scarf in its beak, and it runs the silk scarf over the mountain once every 100 years. In the length of time it would take the silk scarf to wear away the mountain, that's how long you've been doing this. So you take then, you look at this life, and it's less than a blink of an eye. It's just, and then I had a birth like that, and then like that. It's like still frame photography. And those are all births. And with that kind of time perspective, you take your chart off the wall. You start to relax a little bit. Now, but there, at the same moment, there a lot of the spiritual literature suggested urgency. Buddha said, do it as hard as you can. This is a precious birth. It's a rare, rare experience to have a human birth. Work as hard as you can, which is just what Western achievers love to hear, of course. Kabir said, friend, hope for the guest while you're alive. Jump into experience while you're alive. What you call salvation belongs to the time before death. If you don't break the ropes while you're alive, do you think ghosts will do it after? The idea that the soul will join with the ecstatic just because the body is rotten, that is all fantasy. What is found now is found then. If you find nothing now, you will simply end up with an apartment in the city of death. But if you make love with the divine now, in the next life you will have the face of satisfied desire. So plunge into the truth, find out who the teacher is, believe in the great sound. So there was this desire to get on with it, and which we interpreted of taking the entire spiritual journey and making it into an achievement course. And there is a lovely story about a Zen, a boy who goes to a Zen master and he says, Master, I know you have many students, he said, but if I study harder than all the rest of them, how long will it take me to get enlightened? The master said, 10 years. He said, well, if I work day and night and just double my efforts, how long will it take? The master said, 20 years. And he asked with a more further achievement, and the master said 30 years. And he said, why do you keep adding years? The master said, well, because you will only, since you will have one eye on the goal, there will only be one eye left to have on the work. And it will slow you down immeasurably. And in a way, that was the predicament, that we got so attached to where we were going that we really had little time to deepen our practice to get there. And that is something that we've grown. We've grown to the point where we've developed patience and we've stopped counting. And that is great growth for a Western consciousness to do that. And I do my spiritual practices because I do my spiritual practices. And what will happen will happen. And whether I'm going to be enlightened or free now or 10,000 births is of no concern to me, because what difference does it make? What else am I going to do? Okay? I can't stop anyway, so it doesn't make any difference to me. But you watch to make sure you don't get too trapped in your expectations about any practice. It's a lovely story about Nasruddin, the Sufi mystic slob. He's kind of a bum. He's great. I mean, the stories of Nasruddin are delicious. An aside one, the one I love, this isn't the one I'm telling, but is the one about Nasruddin going into the bank with a check to cash, and he hands the check to the cashier, and the cashier studies the check, and the check looks wonderful, but Nasruddin looks like a complete derelict. And he said, sir, this check looks fine, but can you identify yourself? Nasruddin reached into his pocket and pulled out a mirror, and he said, yep, that's me. But the one I wanted to tell you of Nasruddin was he went to his neighbor to borrow a large cooking pot, and his neighbor said, Nasruddin, you know you're very undependable, and I really treasure this big pot, and I don't think I can give it to you. And Nasruddin said, my family is all coming. I really need it. I will bring it back tomorrow. Finally, begrudgingly, the neighbor gave the pot to Nasruddin. Nasruddin took it home, very thankful, appreciative. Next day, he was at the door with the pot, and the neighbor was delighted. He says, Nasruddin, how wonderful. And he took the pot, and inside the big pot was a little pot. He said, what's that? Nasruddin said, the big pot had a baby. So the neighbor, of course, was delighted. So the next week, Nasruddin came and he said, I'd like to borrow your pot. I'm having another party. The neighbor said, of course, Nasruddin, take my pot. So Nasruddin took the pot. Next day, no Nasruddin. The day after, no Nasruddin. Finally, the neighbor went to Nasruddin. He said, Nasruddin, where's my pot? Nasruddin said, it died. See how you get sucked in by your own mind? Starting from the 60s, there was an influx of Eastern spiritual teachers. I remember going to the Avalon Ballroom in the company of Sufi Sam to hear Allen Ginsberg introduce A.C. Bhaktivedanta, who was going to chant this weird chant called Hare Krishna. And that was just in the early 60s. And the Beatles, of course, were jetting with Maharishi Mahesh. At one point, I went with a group of hippies from the Haight-Ashbury. I was the elder of that group, to meet with the elders of the Hopi in Hota Villa to arrange a Hopi hippie be-in in Grand Canyon. Because we were honoring them as our elders, but they really didn't want to be honored by us, I don't think. Because when we went there, we made terrible mistakes. We gave feathers to the children, and some of us made love by the well. Because we really didn't know how to honor lineages properly. And that is something that we learned over these years through our connection with Eastern traditions, something about lineages. And the problem, of course, with lineages was how much we would incorporate of the lineages as they were from the East and how much we would modify them. And the predicament about all of that was that to modify them, you have to modify them from inside them. You can't modify from outside. And what many Westerners started to do was take a tradition, say, from Mahayana Buddhism and say, well, that's all fine for Tibetan Buddhists, but really what we should be doing is this. And they did that prior to fully understanding the practice from the deepest place inside. Carl Jung talks about Richard Wilhelm in his preface to the I Ching. And he calls him a Gnostic intermediary. And he said what he did was he incorporated into him the Chinese being, into his blood and his cells, so that he was dreaming that way. And then he brought it back to the culture. And the interesting thing about Gnostic intermediaries is we were so eager to get ahead that we were really doing violence to a number of the lineages, because we went to the west, to the east rather, and bought them, but we kept modifying them in order for our own convenience and comfort, and because we in the West are much more of a personality cult than the East. That we are much more focused on what I want, what I desire, what I need, and that isn't true of Eastern cultures as much. I mean, it may be more repressed there, but whatever it is not a dominant theme. And so a lot of the spiritual practices are not focused around personality, and thus they are not quite immediately transferable to the West. I didn't really understand lineage. I remember doing a television show with Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, and we were talking about non-attachment as the quality of mind that was so desirable, and I said to him, well, if you're so non-attached, why don't you give up your lineage? And he said, I am not attached to everything but my lineage. And I said, well, you have a problem. And it was out of my grossness of not understanding the way of the intimate love affair one has with a method, where one goes into a method first as a kind of a dilettante, and then one gets into the method in a more or less fanatic way. Then one comes out the other end, and then one wears the method or uses it or honors it without being attached to it, just because you become the unique carrier of that lineage. It's a whole different place that you carry a lineage from, once you don't need it any longer. And that was something that I didn't understand at that time. Well, what we did was we gathered together around our newfound spiritual awakenings on all the ways we knew how to get high. So there were people that gathered together around sexual freedom. There were people that gathered together around drugs. There were people that gathered together around chanting, others around meditation. And we had wonderful Eastern names for them, the satsang and the sangha. And the predicament is that after a while, most of those went from being very fresh and pure and joyful coming together. They started to turn into having boundaries around them, having elitism, having who was in them and who wasn't in them, and professing that their way was the only way. And a lot of us have seen much violence done from just that simple concept that my way is the only way. It reminded me in those days of that story of God and Satan walking down the street, and they see this brilliantly shiny object on the ground, and God reaches down and picks it up, and he says, it's truth. And Satan says, oh, yes, here, give it to me, I'll organize it. And that roughly was what it felt like, that it started to become institutional and structured in the 70s. And faddish. It became the in thing to be part of these large spiritual movements. And they were beautiful, and they got people incredibly high. The predicament was that many of the Eastern teachers who came over had come out of primarily celibate renunciate paths. They weren't ready for Western women who were at the middle of their sexual freedom and feminism, and they could do anything, and they were just absolutely vulnerable. They just fell like flies. Because these people were teachers, they were not gurus. A guru is a cooked goose. A guru is done. A guru, the difference between a cave and a city makes no difference to a guru. To a teacher, it makes a hell of a lot of difference. Because a teacher is pointing the way while a guru is the way, and it's a very different quality. What a guru does is mirror for you where you aren't. That's all they do. See? But we took that whole concept of guru and we turned it into our need for a good father in a psychodynamic sense. And we wanted the guru to do it to us. When in fact, what happens is that the guru just is, like a tree or a river. And depending on your karmic predispositions or readiness, you do it to yourself in the presence. And the guru is a presence that allows you to do it. It's a presence that doesn't catch you anywhere. Only you catch yourself. And so what happened was that we, after a while, started to bring our judging mind to bear on the whole scene, and I was surrounded by people coming up with gossip about this spiritual teacher or that spiritual teacher, and it seemed like everybody was becoming a connoisseur of clay feet. And they were busy deciding whether they could afford to take a teaching from somebody who was impure. And they were looking for the impurities in order to protect themselves because they misunderstood the concept of surrender. And they thought what you do was you surrender to somebody else as a person, when what you really surrender to is the truth. Ramana Maharshi says God, Guru, and self are one and the same thing. And so what you're surrendering to is your higher truth or your higher wisdom in the Guru. And it's an interesting issue that has gone on for many years, and I'll talk about it on the next page. The issue about surrender, and because surrender is a very unpleasant word to us in the West. It always has images of MacArthur and, it's terrible images, of I accept your surrender. And it's the showing of the neck in vulnerability. And the fact that surrender is such a deep part of the spiritual path is something that we have had to stretch a great deal to understand. I'll come back to that. As we learn more about the traditions, we realize that if we were going to incorporate what had happened to us through psychedelics, but we were going to use these other methods to stabilize and integrate them into our lives, we were going to have to do a lot of purification. At first, we poo-pooed that. It was like the Ten Commandments. Who cares, That's all old stuff. That's all those uptight people. And we can have all of our things. And then we began to see that you had to stop creating karma to get your head in a place where you could get high and not come down. That was the interesting question. How do you get high and stay there? That was the way we used to say it. We don't say it that way now. And so there was a big push for renunciate practices, because the idea was that this earth plane is the illusion, it's causing trouble. The best thing to do is get up there, get out there in sort of la-la land, get really high, get into the place where it's all divine. And this is sort of an era that we all ended up here anyway. That was a kind of renunciate model. And so people felt that by giving up a lot of things, they would get very much purer to be able to have deeper experiences. And many did, but others just ended up sort of like horny celibates. It was like because they collected the stuff as an achievement again. And Meister Eckhart said, we are to practice virtue, not to possess it. And that was the issue. We tried to possess it and wear it like marks on our sleeve about how pure we were. But even a little bit of Shila or Yama or whatever your purification rituals are, of just not creating suffering, not stealing, not killing, not having adultery, not causing a lot of trouble. Even that affected us, and we started to have many more spiritual experiences. And that led to a time of such spiritual materialism. It boggles my mind, because everybody was in rapture or bliss. Everybody was having experiences, seeing radiant balls coming to talk to them. It was an incredible time. Now, this is all true, but the way we reacted to it was what was interesting, because we got absolutely enamored of all of the phenomena that occurred as a result of our practices, our meditation or our spiritual purification. And we really were very vulnerable to spiritual materialism. And if we had a Ford in the garage, we had an astral being in the bedroom. And the traditions warned us about this. They said, don't get stuck, like Buddhism said, don't get stuck in the jhanas, in the trance states, because you'll go into trances and you'll experience omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence. Don't get caught in it. Just notice it, nod to it, and go on. Don't get stuck in it. But it was too tasty for us to let it go, and it continues to be quite tasty. It's very hard to understand that the spiritual freedom is very ordinary. It's nothing special, and that's what's so precious about it. And we keep trying to make it into something. With all these powers came a tremendous amount of energy, because if you meditate, you quiet your mind just a little bit, the amount of energy that is dissipated through your monkey mind of thinking, brrr, going from here to here, the minute you concentrate even the tiniest bit through chanting or meditation or anything, you start to tune to other planes of reality where there is an incredible energy. It's like if you're a toaster sticking your plug into 220 instead of 110 and everything fries. And many, many people had these incredible, and continue to have, these incredible experiences of energy, or Shakti, or what's often called Kundalini, which is the energy rising up the spine. And I recall the first time it happened to me, I really thought I had damaged myself. I mean, it was so violent. As it started up my spine, it felt like just 1,000 snakes climbing my spine. And it got to my second chakra, and I remember I ejaculated automatically, and then it kept going up, and I was really frightened, extremely frightened, because I hadn't expected anything this horrendous. And I get calls all the time, as does, I'm sure, the Spiritual Emergence Network and Stan and Christina, who've done a wonderful job with that organization, by the way. I get calls often from people who are having Kundalini experiences who says, I'm a therapist in Berkeley, and this thing's happened to me, and I ride my bicycle for 6 hours a day, and I don't get tired, and I can't sleep, and I cry at the strangest moments, and I think I'm going insane. And I said, well, let me read you a list of all the symptoms, which I have in a Xerox. And she said, I thought I was the only one having that. I said, no, it's Xerox. Swami Muktananda published it a long time ago. And it's just Mother Kundalini at work, and don't worry, it'll pass, and just breathe in and out of your heart, and keep it soft, and so on. But a lot of these phenomena started to happen to us, and they scared us, or they excited us, or they entrapped and enamored us, and we stopped to smell the pretty flowers. Many people, when they went into the plane where they experienced this power, brought their egos up with them and interpreted it as my power, and they went into a messianic journey where they tried to convince everybody that they were the one. And that was very painful for everybody, extremely painful. I remember a moment with my brother who was in a mental hospital because he was Christ, and he was doing terrible things as Christ, it turned out. And there was a moment where the doctor and my brother and I met in this hospital ward together. And the doctor wouldn't let him see anybody without the doctor being present. And I came in a beard and a dress and beads. My brother was in a blue suit and a tie, see? And he was locked up and I was free, which the humor of which didn't escape any of the three of us, you know. And he said to me, we were talking about whether the psychiatrist would ever know he was God. The psychiatrist was writing on his clipboard, very uncomfortable, I mean, because my brother and I were really out there floating. And then my brother said, I don't understand, why am I in a hospital and you're free? You look like a nut. And I said, well, I said, you think you're Christ? He says, yeah. I said, well, I'm Christ too. He says, no, you don't understand. I said, that's why they're locking you up. The minute you tell somebody they're not Christ, watch out. And so that was the messianic phenomena that happened along the way. Is this too heavy, or are you still with me? Okay. Because I'm trying to cover an awful lot of material a little fast, and I'm sorry about that. Now, in a lot of people, when the energy got so intense from their spiritual practices, they really lost their ground. They lost it on this plane. And that's what the Spiritual Emergence Network has done to help these people, because in India or other cultures, when that happens, those are called, like Meher Baba served those people. They were called masts, or God intoxicants. And everybody knew if somebody flipped, like Anandamayi Ma, one of the greatest saints of all time. She was a Bengali woman, a very dignified woman, and she spent about 2 years doing cartwheels in her front yard and throwing off her sari and stuff. Now, in our culture, that is Bellevue material. And in that culture, it is, there's a God intoxicant. We must take care of them at a temple. So that there was a very... we have not had a support system for that kind of transformative loss of ground, which you need to go through at times. And you go through the ground and then you regain it. A lot of people just went out. You know, I remember in the early days, the whole game was to get everybody out, to get them to let go of their minds and the heaviness. Then you looked out and everybody was floating. And I look at half the audience now, I want to say, hey, come on up for air. It's okay. It's not so heavy in life. The other heart, I want to say, come on, get your act together, learn your zip code, get a job, for Christ's sake. You know, when spiritual practices work a little bit, but you're not stable in your transformative experience, your faith is flickery, and that is when fanaticism breeds strongly. The mosquitoes of fanaticism breed in flickery faith environments. And that is really what happens to most disciples in spiritual scenes. They become much worse. When you meet a spiritual master in any tradition, you meet a Zen master or a Hindu, a Buddhist, Sufi, American Indian, whatever time you meet a master, you know, you meet and you recognize a mensch, you know? And like, we're really here. And they don't sit around saying, well, you're not following my way, so you're lesser. But all of the disciples right under them usually do. Deep enough in their faith yet to where they haven't come out the other end. Because you see, the thing about a method is that for a method to work, it has to trap you. If you try to dilettante your way through, it doesn't work. You've got to become a meditator. But if you end up a meditator, you lost. You want to end up free, not a meditator. There are a lot of people who just end up meditators. I've meditated for 42 years, and and they look at you with intense, with earnestness, It's the golden chain of righteousness that caught them again. But a method must trap you. And then finally, if it works, it self-destructs. And you come through the other end and you're free of method. That's the story, that's what Ramakrishna's Gospel of Ramakrishna is so wonderful about, because he just went through Kali worship and then came out and then started to explore all the other methods. Because once you come through your method, all methods lead you to the same thing. People say, well, how do you do Buddhist meditation and you've got a Hindu guru and you're a Jew? I say, I don't have any problem. What's your problem? It seems fine for me. Shema Yisroel there's only one God, and the one has no name, so there's no form, so that's nirvana. I don't have any problem with that. What do you... The righteousness that we were, the way we were approaching the spiritual path had an element of righteousness in it. And teachers came along who really helped us a lot with it. The teacher that helped me most about my righteousness probably was Trungpa Rinpoche. And what you look for in a really good teacher is that quality of rascalness. Not scoundrelness, but rascalness. And I remember when I was teaching at Naropa the first summer that Naropa started, I was having a hard time with Trungpa Rinpoche. And one of the problems was that he had all of his students drunk most of the time. He had them busy gambling, heavy meat diets. And I thought, what kind of a spiritual teacher is this? All right, I mean, you can understand my dilemma. I came out of a Hindu renunciate path, Hindus are always afraid of falling over the edge, so the best thing is to just keep it all separate. But here he was, just taking them down the path to hell as far as I was concerned. And I was sitting judging. Oh, was I judging? Ooh, was I, when I think back. When I looked at those same students a few years later, I saw students deep in the 100,000 prostrations, deep in the heaviest spiritual practices, because he had taken them through their obsessions and then on to deeper practices. He wasn't afraid to do that, while most of the other traditions were afraid to do that for fear everybody would get lost along the way. And that's what a tantric teacher is not afraid to do. And tantrics are very exciting and very scary, and you never know whether the tantric is just hung up her or himself, or whether they're an exquisite teacher. See, and there's no way you can know. Was Rajneesh's 92 Rolls Royces a ploy, or was it really a hung-up Indian? I mean, you don't never know. All you know is that if you want to be free, you use them as hard as you can to be free, and their karmic problems are their karmic problems. See, and that's the secret you finally find out about teachers. So our period was a period of we were called the me generation, and that was because there was a narcissism, there was an inner work we had to do, and we still have to do it. An inner work that made us somewhat oblivious to our social roles in society. We were less interested in political things. And there was some metaphysical confusion around that, which is reflected in the difference, say, between Theravadan Buddhism and Mahayana Buddhism. Theravadan Buddhism, in the simplest, this is simplistic, and we all agree, and if Jack Cornfield's here, he knows I'm not speaking seriously, but the Theravadins, in effect, say, look, my job is for me to get enlightened. Then if I get enlightened, nothing exists anyway. That solves the problem. The Mahayana Buddhism say, nobody makes it till everybody makes it. So I might as well take the bodhisattva vow and hang back and help everybody, because I can't go anywhere till you get done too. You can see these are two, that's oversimplified, okay? But it did catch us a little bit, because many of us said, I've got to work on myself to become free. And others said, I've got to work with everybody else to help them become free. We've all got to become free together. And part of the anti-Vietnam action was part of the we've all got to work together, and the turning inward of many of us that just pulled back from political action was I've got to get free myself. Even though I could rationalize it and say I've got to get free so that when I do something for somebody else, I'm not creating suffering through the attachments of my own mind. A lot of people in the spiritual journey, once they realized that enlightenment wasn't going to happen the day after tomorrow, and once they started to get some powers because their mind got quiet. I mean, if you do TM 20 minutes a day, you will definitely get quiet and you will start to have powers. There's no doubt about it. Then the question is, what do you do? Those are called siddhis. And siddhis or powers are a terrible trap on the spiritual path. They are a real pitfall, because one is inclined to want to use them to do good. That's the one. And once you realize that, because the minute you see siddhis, you realize the game is not at all how you thought it was. Example, I was with, which story shall I tell? I was with Satya Sai Baba, the miracle man of southern India. Beautiful man. And he said, Ram Dass, let me give you something. And I said, no, Baba, I don't need anything. I have a guru. He says, no, let me give you something. And he held out his hand, and I went up really close, and I knew what he does, see, so I wasn't going to blink, see, because I figured he might be a magician. I'm going to really watch. So I was about this far, and my eyes were fixed on his hand. And he went like this, and this bluish light appeared, and it turned into a medallion, which he then gave me. It was cold. It looked like it had been made in Tijuana. It was very badly made. It had a picture of him on a star on a circle. And I thought, my God, if he's going to bring something from somewhere else, the least he could do is bring me a crystal or something like that. So I said to one of the swamis there nearby, I said, well, that's wonderful. I said that he produces these. He said, oh, he doesn't produce them. I said, no? He says, no, he keeps them in a warehouse. He just moves them with his mind. I said, oh, well, if that's all he does, who the hell wants it, you know? I'll just give you one more, because they're hard to stop. I'm not going to tell you my guru miracle stories, because I wrote a book, Miracle of Love, and you can read them all to your heart's content. This one was with Swami Muktananda, who was a great guy, really. He was a real rascal. And he and I were traveling in southern India on a pilgrimage together. And one morning he got me up at 4 in the morning and he took me to a little temple and he sat me down and he whispered a mantra into my ear and then he started to do a puja and I passed out. I don't remember anything. About 5 hours later, somebody came and said, Baba wants you, and I had been, I don't know where I was, but I felt good. And I came back and the mantra was in my head. I said, what's that mantra? He says, that will give you vast wealth and vast power. Now, being a Jewish boy from Boston, that's what my father told me I wanted, you see. However, I'm now a righteous spiritual seeker, you see, so I said, I only want those if you give me an equal amount of compassion and love. And he says, just do the mantra. Well, I couldn't stop doing it. I mean, I was doing it day and night and waiting for the wealth and power. And I got back to his temple in Ganesh Puri. And he put me to meditate in the inner room of the meditation hall inside. And I went down there around 2 in the morning, and they unlock it with a big key, and it's hot. It was like 110 degrees. And I took off all my clothes, and I was lying there naked. And I started to do the mantra, and I was ripped out of my body. This is like 2 in the morning. And I come to another plane, and I'm at a doorway, and I look in, and there is Muktananda sitting on a table, a tucket. So I go in and I kneel down in front of him and I start to fly up over his head. Now this is all in the astral. And I think, wow, I'm flying. I always wanted to fly. And so then I was sort of flying and I started to tilt and I went to right myself and I was back in the meditation hall. This all took about 6 minutes. I was so manic from that experience. I mean, so high, that I put on all my clothes, rattled my gates, and they came with a key. And I opened the gate and walked outside into the dark night of the courtyard, and there was Muktananda with one of his disciples walking around in the middle of the night. And he walked over to me, and the man spoke English, and Muktananda said to me, how did you like flying? Okay? I mean, those are my direct experiences, so I have to live with that stuff. So the question is, when you get powers, like the power to just stay quiet enough to hear what's really going on in a situation, gets quiet so you're not reactive so much, but you're more responsive, there is a tendency to want to take your winnings and get on with it. I had a funny experience. I was in Oahu in Hawaii, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 years ago. And fellow said that I was with, Rick Bernstein, said, there's somebody that wants to see you in a shopping mall. I said, okay. So we went to this shopping mall after hours. It was closed, except there was a place in the shopping mall where there was a new Honda, where there was a competition to see who could keep their hand on the Honda the longest. And whoever did would win it. And there were 3 people left. And they had been there for something like 5 days. Okay? Day and night, they had their hand on the Honda. So I said to one of them, how do you do it? He said, I'm a Buddhist. Another one, I said, how do you do it? She says, I'm a Christian fundamentalist. Third one said, I'm your devotee, I'm a Hindu. And I realized that each of them was going to win the Honda through their spiritual powers, right? I'm not even going to tell you who won. But you take your gain and you put it to work. And it's an interesting question of whether I'm one of those people, because instead of my being in a monastery now getting on with that kind of inner work, I'm out here teaching. And is that a cop-out? Is that my dharma? I can say it, that it's my karma, my dharma, whatever, but I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how we in the West are ready for the kinds of discipline that are necessary for the kinds of practices that we have been offered. I was in Burma 3 years ago meditating in a monastery for several months. Very, very severe meditation practice with Sayadaw U Pandita, who's my meditation master. And you got up at 3 in the morning, you meditated till 11 at night. In your cell, you did sitting and walking, that was all. You saw the teacher for 5 minutes a day, otherwise you were alone. You didn't read, you didn't write, you didn't do anything. You just did that. And it gets very subtle. I mean, after you finish with your 7-hour sexual fantasies and all that stuff, I mean, after you run through that, you run through in the first 3 days, and then that was 2 months of that. And so I got a telegram that my stepmother had cancer, was going to be operated on, and my father was very old, and they would probably need me. She didn't say that. She just said she was going to be operated on for cancer, which I didn't know she was ill. So I went to the teacher, Sayadaw, and I said, here, and I showed him the telegram. And he said, I don't think you should leave. I said, well, my stepmother, my father's old, they need me, it's frightening time. He said, you're making such spiritual progress. Don't leave. He said, if you were a Burmese, I wouldn't let you leave. But I don't feel I have that power to do that because you're from another culture. And I looked and I saw that my karma, as a boy from Boston with a responsibility to my family, I wasn't a sadhu who had renunciated family. And I said to him, I've got to go. And we both saw the poignancy of the situation, if you can hear that. I mean, I had to go because it was my part as who I was to do it. At the same moment, he was saying, if you continue your path, you may relieve many people from suffering. As it is, you're going back, you'll relieve suffering of a couple of people. I said, I'm sorry, I got to do it. And it's like you get to the point where you see that you can only proceed on the spiritual path so fast because of your own karmic limitations, not because of what anybody's doing to you, but because of the stuff in you. And that you begin to recognize the timing of spiritual work, that you can't get ahead of yourself. You can't be phony holy because it comes back and hits you in the head. You can get so high, but you'll fall. And a lot of people fall off the path. They say they fell off the path. You see somebody who was busy in white doing dancing with big smiles on their faces, and you see them about a year later and they're in a bar having a scotch and soda, and well, I thought that was all bullshit, and then later they say, really, I fell off the path. And I say, no, you didn't fall off the path. The impurities with which you were doing it in the first place had their karmic effect. This is all the path. Once you have begun to awaken, you can't fall off the path. There's no way. Where are you going to fall to? You're going to make believe it never happened? You can forget for a moment, but it's in there. It's going to keep coming back and getting you and getting you. So don't get upset. It's okay. Go be worldly. And very often, I really push people into worldliness. Go out, have more sex, have more, really, more dope. Come on, make more money. Come on, do it. Do it until you're done with it. Don't get done too soon because you're going to be just, you're going to be greedy if you do. So a lot of our expectations were that the spiritual path, I just got a few more minutes. Can you handle just a few more? That the spiritual path would get us healthy psychologically. That was an expectation. I've said this in many lectures that some of you have heard, but it's interesting to me that I was trained as a psychologist. I was in analysis for many years. I taught Freudian theory. I was a therapist. I took drugs for 6 years intensively. I have a guru. I have meditated since 1970 regularly. I have taught yoga. I have studied Sufism and many kinds of Buddhism. In all that time, I have not gotten rid of one neurosis. Not one. The only thing that's changed is where previously they were these huge monsters of, no, don't take me over again, that kind of stuff, sitting in the bathtub, cowering. Now they're like these little schmoos, Oh, sexual perversity, there you are, I haven't seen you in days. Come on and have some tea, And to me, that is the product of the spiritual path. That what's happened is I have now rested comfortably in another contextual framework which makes me much less identified with my own neuroses and with my own desires. If I don't get what I want, that's as interesting as if I get it, it turns out. Did you ever notice that? All this, I need you. Well, you're not getting me. Oh, and then isn't that interesting? And then you grow from that. It's far out. When you begin to realize suffering is grace, you can't believe it. You think you're cheating. Along the way on the spiritual path, you begin to get bored with the usual things of life. And Gurdjieff said, that's just the beginning. He said, our friends found us becoming dull, Ouspensky said. Gurdjieff said, there is worse to come. Gurdjieff said, he's an interesting man who lies well. You have already begun to die. It's a long way yet to complete death, but still a certain amount of silliness is going out of you. You can no longer deceive yourself as sincerely as you did before. You have now gotten the taste for truth. And that happens, and you lose a lot of friends, and your friends change. And you don't grow at the same rate, and it's very painful, people you have loved, even in marriages, where other people aren't growing along with you, and that's a pitfall. It's very painful to go from until death do us part to we are together as long as the quality of loving growth is present in the relationship. And that's a complex topic that I really can't get into because it's very interesting. There's a lot of permutations of that one. But it's one that did catch many of us, about feeling guilty about letting go of friends and realizing you needed new kinds of relationships and new kinds of friendships. Along the way, when that gets deep enough, when the meaning, the stuff that you justified your existence in order to achieve starts to become meaningless, when even when you win, you didn't win anything, you start to experience the dark night of the soul, the despair that comes when the worldliness starts to fall away. Never are we nearest the light than when darkness is deepest, the dark night of the soul. And in a way, what's happening is the ego has been based on, the whole structure of it has been based on our separateness and our needs and desires to make us feel comfortable and happy and at home. And as Trungpa Rinpoche said in his rascally way, he said, enlightenment is the ego's ultimate disappointment. And that's the predicament. You see the fact that your spiritual journey is an entirely different ballgame than the one you thought you were on. It's a different path than you thought you were on. And it's very hard to make that transition, and a lot of people don't want to. They want to take the power from their spiritual work and make their life nice. That is wonderful, and I honor it, and it's great. And it's exactly your karmuppance. But that is not freedom, and that is not what the spiritual path offers as the potential. It offers freedom, but freedom demands complete surrender, meaning surrender of who you think you are and what you think you're doing into what is. And it's mind-boggling when you understand how powerful. It's the game of dying into yourself. But there is a death in it, and people grieve. There is a grief when you start, who you thought you were starts to disappear. Kala Rinpoche says, he's a beautiful man, beautiful, beautiful man. He said, we live in illusion, the appearance of things. But there is a reality. We are that reality. When you understand this, you see that you are nothing. And being nothing, you are everything. That's all. Is that so far out? Can you hear that? We live in illusion, the appearance of things. But there is a reality. We are that reality. When you understand this, you see that you are nothing. You're nothing special anymore. You're just part of it all. And being nothing, but you are part of it all. You're everything. The minute you gave up your specialness, you're part of all things. Then you're in harmony, you're in the Tao, you're in the way of things, you're in the moment. But you're not anybody anymore. You're just part of it. This is just phenomena happening at this moment. The illusion that I'm doing this and that you're busy listening, that's all our minds. Behind it, here we are. There's just this. Nothing else, nothing special. This stuff is very, very far out, and we don't want to hear how far out it is. I just take people through the first line of the third Chinese patriarch of Zen's writings. Just the first line. It's a little booklet. It's only about 10 pages long. First line says, "The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences." The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When love and hate are absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised. Yes. The slightest distinction, however, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised. To make the slightest distinction, however, in heaven and earth are infinitely apart. Sorry, I don't remember it exactly. You can see why I don't want to remember it. It's interesting because that doesn't mean have no preferences. And now this isn't a cop-out. This is as deep as I can get. It doesn't mean having no preferences. It means not being attached to your preferences. Of course you have preferences and opinions, but you don't have preferences and opinions. That's the one, if you don't get what you want, you don't get what you want. How interesting. Because the interesting process is the transformation, not getting what you want all the time. Surrender, 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 surrender. Surrender. Mahatma Gandhi, one of my great teachers, says, "God demands nothing less than complete self-surrender as the price for the only freedom that is worth having. When a person thus loses herself or himself, she or he immediately finds himself in the service of all that lives. It becomes their delight and recreation. They are a new people never weary of spending themselves in the service of God's creation." Reminds me of the story of the pig and chicken that are walking down the street. And they're hungry and they want breakfast, and they come to a restaurant and they start to go in, and the pig says, "I'm not going in there." "Why not?" "Because there's a sign that says ham and eggs." Chicken says, "Oh, come on, we'll have something else." Pig says, "Look, it's fine for you. All they want is a contribution from you. From me, they want total surrender. They want everything." Okay, I got to finish quick. I'm sorry I'm running so far. It's just such interesting stuff. If I do say, it's not mine. One of the things we develop along the way is the witness, the ability to quietly observe the phenomena, including our own behavior, our own emotions, our own reactions, and it's fascinating. And as you cultivate the witness more deeply, it's like you're living simultaneously on two levels. There's a level of witness, and then there's the level of desire, fear, emotions, action, reaction, etc. That is a stage in the process. And it gives you, again, a great deal of power. There is another stage beyond that, which is, again, the surrender issue. Here's a quote. "When the mind gazes into the mind itself, the train of discursive and conceptual thought ends, and supreme enlightenment is gained." See, when the witness turns in on itself, when the witness witnesses the witness, it's like a Zen koan technique. Then you go in behind that, and then you come into awareness where everything just is. And you're no longer busy with one part of your mind watching another. You're not busy watching, you're just being. It comes very simple again. I'm having the most extraordinary experience these days that I have gotten an increasing number of letters. Here I have spent 25 years trying to become divine. And most of the letters I get now say, "Thank you for being so human." Isn't that far out? One of the big traps we have in the West is our intelligence, is our thinking, because we want to know we know. And the thing about freedom is you can be wise or you can know knowledge. You can't know wisdom, you can be wise. Wisdom has simplicity to it. When my guru wanted to put me down, he called me clever. When he wanted to reward me, he'd say he's simple. And I can understand the way in which we want to, that the intellect is a beautiful servant, as I think Vivekananda, Yogananda said. It's a beautiful servant, but it's a terrible master. The thing is that the intellect is the power tool of our separateness. And the intuitive, compassionate heart is the doorway to our unity. And the dialogue between the mind and the heart has gotten out of balance in this culture, so that we are enamored of our intellectual powers, just like we must have been at one time of our prehensile capacity. We are enamored of our intellectual power, which is in the service of protecting us as separate entities. So to the intellect, the heart, which would give away the shop, is seen as a threat, an inward threat. Because when you see somebody in the street, "Here, take my coat. Here, take my money. Here." And the mind's saying, "Now, wait a minute. Forget that lilies in the field crap. Just think about tomorrow." Yeah. And in a way, what the spiritual path at its best offers is a chance for us to come back into the innate, compassionate quality of our heart and our intuitive wisdom. And get back into the balance where when we need our intellect, it's available as a servant, but we are not ruled by it and trapped in our thinking mind. And to me, that is well worth working for, because as Albert Hoffman pointed out this morning, most of the social, ecological, and political problems we have are the creation of the human intellect, as along with all the benefits. And the answer to that is the re-recognition of the unitive nature of all things, and realizing you are nothing and therefore you are everything. What I have done tonight is try to show you that the spiritual path is a graceful opportunity for us. The fact that you and I even hear there is such a path is such grace for a human life from a karmic point of view. And each of us must be true to ourselves to hear what is our unique way through. Because if you get phony holy, it ends up kicking you in the butt. You've got to stay true to yourself. And for people to say things like, "If I didn't have my children, I could meditate." Your children are your path. For many people, service is their path. For many people, their marriage is their path. Relationship yoga is exquisite yoga. I don't mean sloppy. I mean really disciplined techniques. Meditation is a beautiful baseline for the whole game. Devotional practices are extraordinary. These are all incredibly useful. Study of metaphysics, of the words of holy people, are just incredible. We have the chance to become the truth which we're yearning for. One of Gandhi's strongest lines that guides me all the time is that he's sitting on a train and a reporter rushes up and says, "Mahatmaji, give me a message to take back to the people in my village." And Gandhi just has time to scribble on a paper bag, and he hands it out, and it says, "My life is my message." And it's like the rabbi who said, "I went to see the tzaddik," the mystic rabbi, in the other village. He said, "I didn't go to study the Torah with him. I went to see how he ties his shoes." And St. Francis says, "It doesn't pay to walk to preach unless our preaching is our walking." Finally, we must integrate the spirituality into our daily lives, bring into it the equanimity and the joy and the awe and the ability to look suffering in the eye and embrace it into yourself without averting your glance. When I work with AIDS patients and I'm holding somebody and my heart is breaking because I love this person and they are suffering so much with fissures in their rectum and social ostracism and all of that shit, and I can't handle it. I mean, I'm crying with them, and at the same moment inside of me is this equanimity and joy. And it's almost, the paradox is almost too much for me to be able to handle. But that is what real helping is about. Because if all you do is get caught in the suffering, all you're doing is digging everybody's hole deeper. Finally, you work on yourself spiritually as an offering to your fellow beings. Because until you have cultivated that quality of peace and equanimity and love and joy and presence and honesty and truth and simplicity, all of your acts are colored by your attachments. You can't wait to be enlightened to act, so you use your acts as ways of working on yourself. So while we started out tonight talking about paths and practices and lineages, for me, my entire life is my path. Every experience I have, as Emmanuel, my ghostly friend, said to me, "Ram Dass, why don't you take the curriculum, try being human?" Because it's all the curriculum. It's an exquisite curriculum. I invite you to join me in matriculating. Thank you.
It all depends on where you're looking at it from. You can look at it from up looking down, or you can look at it from down looking up. As to who you think you are. When you look at it from down looking up, you continuously underestimate yourself. And when you look at it only from up looking down, you often forget who you also are. From down looking up, here we are, a group of reasonably rational human beings deeply immersed in the reality that's available to us through our senses. Our eyes, ears, nose, mouth, skin. we can think about. And then something happens to you or a friend of yours or somebody you've heard about or in a book you've read, or somebody or other, sometime or other, and you attempt to look at it from down here, that is, to explain it to yourself in a way that will make you comfortable. So you have an experience, and the first label you apply is, well, that was an experience. And then you say, well, that wasn't an experience like other experiences. So you can say, well, that was a dream. And then you feel secure, like you know what it is because you just labeled it. Or you say, well, that was a hallucination. Or you say, I think I'm going insane. Which means that where you're thinking and where you're thinking from is sanity, and where you just went is not there, so it must be insane, not sane. Or you are sitting and suddenly a bolt of energy shoots through your body, perhaps up your spine. And your brain explodes, and your whole life flashes before you. And you experience the unity of all things. You experience it all at once. And you say, well, that is a very interesting neurophysiological development. What has clearly happened is that there has been some short-circuiting that has led to the firing of a number of neurons in my brain simultaneously, which has given me the illusion that I am experiencing all of the universe all at once. Or you pick up a book like, in the West, the book, the Bible. And it says, Christ touched his eyes, put mud in his eyes and touched it, and the man was healed. The man was lame and he was healed. And from down looking up, you say, well, that was probably written by somebody who wanted to strengthen faith in people, and it probably is merely a metaphor. Probably didn't really happen. I mean, how do we know? Because everything that's written in books isn't true. We seem to go out of our way when we are down looking up to protect the security of the world that our minds and senses allows us to know by trying as best we can to explain everything within that context. The story that always comes to mind when I'm thinking about that particular perceptual viewpoint, is the story of the blind man the drunk looking for the watch under the street lamp. And other people help him look for the watch, and finally they say, well, where exactly did you lose the watch? And he says, well, I lost it up the alley. So, well, why are you looking here? And he says, because there's a light here. It's the same predicament that when we are down looking up, we tend to want to look only within the realms that our senses and minds light up, and everything else we treat as irrelevant. We have in science a waste paper category. We can call it error of measurement. We're social scientists. We can call it lying. We can call it a number of things in order to protect our model of reality. I've just looked through some books by Gopi Krishna, who was an Indian man who had the experience of Kundalini, and he was a very good man. But immediately upon having them, he attempted to bring them back by explaining them within scientific terminology. And that's a very reasonable thing to do. You're saying, look, I was born onto this plane of existence. I've had this experience, or I know of this experience. Let me bring it down here so it will make the field richer here, so it will make life better for everybody around me. The only question about that is timing. Because sometimes you tend to try to bring things home too soon because you're afraid of wandering too far from home. And it's a very reasonable fear. You remember the astronauts that were going into, you go up into various planes where the gravitational field gets very thin. And if you jumped out of the rocket at that point, you drop to the Earth. But then you get out beyond that point, and you recall they did spacewalks and they went out on a rope, and there wasn't anything pulling them back to Earth. And if you recall, one of the fellows didn't want to come back into the rocket ship. And he was considered a weakness of will, of consciousness, because he said, wow. I mean, like, wow. Yeah. Well, I'm free. Ooh. And if he was left alone, he would have just started to float for eternity and probably would have left his body. Recently, a fellow in Wisconsin or Minnesota was practicing yoga and went into samadhi, left his body, and after 5 days, somebody found him, and they found the body, and they didn't find a heartbeat or a pulse, and they decided he was dead, so they buried him. Poor fellow. Now he's got to find another body. Because he was exploring away from home, and he didn't leave a good enough support system behind him for people to take care of his Earth capsule. And the Earth capsule got into the hands of people who didn't understand that he was just away, traveling. Sounds pretty weird, doesn't it? Weird, really weird. very peculiar predicament, many of us. Because we figured out we aren't who we thought we were. And we not only have figured that out, but we've even figured out how to become who we might be. And some of us have decided to go. Let go of the rope. Maybe you get home and maybe you don't. Wow. Now, a lot of us tried one way or another to leap into that, called getting high. I remember, relevant to leaping, I'm not supposed to tell these kind of stories. They're bad for my image. But I once went to the opening of Lincoln Center, and I was high on LSD. That was years ago. And Nureyev was dancing with Margot Fontaine. I had gone to see them once before, also high on LSD, and I had sat in the orchestra. And when I went that time, Nureyev looked like just pure form. You know, there wasn't any human in there. It was just the perfection of form. But this time I was sitting in the dress circle, which looked down on the stage. And in my drug-dazed state, what I saw were this species on the stage that couldn't quite fly. And it kept jumping up and falling down, and jumping up and falling down. That roughly has been the predicament of those of us that thought we would get out there into the realms of possibility of who we might be by taking a running leap. Take enough of this or that, hold your breath long enough, fast long enough, a running leap. Perfect sex enough, there'll be a way. We are Westerners and we're achievers, so it was going to be another achievement, right? I mean, there must be a way for us to grab at it and do it. But the parable of the wedding guest at the feast seemed to apply. We kept getting into the wedding feast, but we were never wearing the wedding garment, and we kept getting thrown out into outer darkness. That's here. Watch it. Utopianists, be on your guard. No, I got to play it very gentle. Very mixed audience. God is everywhere. And after a number of years of using every technique, we used things like biofeedback, trying to control our alpha waves. I mean, we've really done a lot of stuff. Some of us drilled holes in our brains. A fellow in Sweden did that. He actually drilled a hole, and he gave a whole paper about how to do it and where to put the hole. Right? Because if we were other than we thought we were, we had to get out there somehow, because whatever it was, it seemed to imply a potential far greater than the one we were realizing now. But the law that what went up seemed to come down continued to apply. for those of us that got very tuned to other systems of people who had been playing this game before us, there was something very disquieting in their literature and instructions, because it seemed to suggest that it wasn't anything you could do, it was something you had to become. And to become it, you had to finish being who it is you were. Which means that you had to undergo a transformation in the nature, in the very essence of your being. Most of us had very gross, some of us more subtle, clingings to our identity here as social, psychological, social entities on this plane. And we thought, couldn't we have both of them? Couldn't we be who we always were and also be more than we always were, or other than we always were? Because we still wanted to have a few little things around here, like our personalities and our bodies, let alone our hi-fi sets and our car and our... And the rule seemed to be, if you gave it all up, you got it all. So we tried to make believe, and we said, okay, I've given it all up, now give it to me all. See? But we were actually keeping our stash of attachment. I've given it up now. But the law seemed to be unbending. You had to really risk it all. And it wasn't so easy as just packing your bag and getting your shots and going to India. That didn't do it. See, that was another Western achieving thing. I'll do it. I'll go to India and I'll get enlightened. But there are as many neurotic Westerners in India as there are in the United States. Ashrams are full of them, figuring they've gone through the initiation rite to the fraternity and they have a right to be enlightened. But there's still ego. Lurking in this literature were words like surrender. That's a very creepy word for Westerners. Surrender always gives you an image of Japan with General MacArthur, or General Patton, or something where might has ruled, and there is a table in the middle of a battlefield, and there are the beaten ones and the victorious ones. And somebody comes up to you and says, in order for you to go to the higher consciousness, you must surrender. Okay? Doesn't feel too good. But all of our ingenuity, and we have used ingenuity, to try to bring it home, bring the bacon home, or the soybeans, as the case may be, didn't quite work because nobody wanted to go there to get it. Everybody just wanted to bring it home. So suddenly there were all these big training programs in the West about how to absorb all of the wisdom from other cultures and become it home. You never had to leave home. You just paid for the course. Okay. The problem was the teachers hadn't left home either. Somebody in the system has to have left home. Somebody has to be a Ramakrishna, a Ramana Maharshi, a Buddha, a Hazrat Inayat Khan. A Rabbi Ben David. Somebody has to be somebody that risked it all, a Rumi. kids that are playing in a dark night near the edge of the woods, and they don't quite have the courage to go into the woods, but they run right up close to the woods and then rush back to the light. And the other one says, well, I'm going now. And they rush up to the woods, and they just get a foot in, and then they freak, and they run back. See? I mean, you take any student, and you sit them down and start them meditating, and you keep working with them, and they are ready, and they get to the point where their breath starts to stop, and their body starts to get stiff, and their consciousness starts to leave their body, and they get frightened, and they want to run back to the light. Or you take somebody that is used to functioning with the kind of energies that most of us function with every day, and you start to feed in through a meditative experience, or through a devotional experience, or through a hatha yoga experience, or through the presence of a spiritual being experience, start to pour in 10,000 times that energy. And the person starts to shake, and we call it sometimes Shakti. And if you've watched such a being, sometimes I've watched some teachers, spiritual teachers, who can arouse that Shakti. I've described one scene I remember in Melbourne, Australia, in a living room in a nice little house in Melbourne, where this spiritual teacher who could arouse Shakti was sitting playing his ektara, his instrument, musical instrument, with his eyes closed, and all around the room people were starting to show the effects of this incredible energy pouring through their bodies. And one professor in tweeds with a pipe stuck in his, I mean, he had all the signs of being a professor. I don't know that he was a professor, just looked like a professor. He got up and he started to do Indian dance. And the look in his face was that of total astonishment. He obviously didn't know a thing about Indian dance. Another gentleman started to do incredible mudras, movements with his body, highly traditional symbolic movements. One girl started to do automatic breathing, the Bhastrika, except she did it so violently she was bouncing across the floor. And she was just the girlfriend of a guy that had come to the gathering. She didn't even want to be there. What kind of insanity are we playing with? Those of you that have read Carlos Castaneda and understand the confusion and fear of the Western rational mind as it confronts these other planes of consciousness, these other levels of energy, these other natures of our own identity. And if you're not ready, and if you're too busy clinging to what you've got, you are going to be, put it in the simplest terms, freaked out of your skull. You're going to be frightened. You're going to be shaken by such an experience. If you recall, I've reported this a number of times, the article in the New York Times Sunday magazine section about mysticism in America, in which it said 2/5 of the population of the United States, in excess of, 40 million people, had some kind of a mystical experience. It was a statistical sampling, interview sampling. Maybe through childbirth or through an accident or however. But of those 2/5, 85% said, it was the greatest experience of my life, but I never want to have another one. Right? Why not? Because it upsets the apple cart. Because they weren't ready for it. the experience that Dante says he will spend the rest of his life trying to describe. These are the experiences that William Blake was drawing and writing poetry about. It's the experiences that Aldous Huxley was dealing with. The experiences that Buddha was talking about. When Christ refers to his Father, he's not putting you on. Is that all in the realm of, well, it's relevant to somebody else but not to me? Is your feeling of your own unworthiness so deep that you consider that something that will allow you to move way beyond what you have known is for somebody else who's better than you but not for you? I mean, I couldn't be divine, could I? Could I be a being of light? Could I and my Father be one? Could I be the Ancient One? Could I be able to traverse in the realms beyond my mind, my intellect? Could I know what Buddha knew? Buddha looked back and saw his last 99,000 incarnations. Oh, I couldn't do that. I mean, not me. Not me. Why not? The bizarre predicament is that in every human being is all of it. That's what Buddha kept saying. He kept saying everybody's a Buddha. The only thing is nobody knows it. In you is every single thing you need to be a fully conscious, fully realized, fully free, fully enlightened being. Why would you want to be that? You grew up in this reality, physical plane reality, and you said, this is real. Your parents said this is real. And you always felt the edges of it. And at the edges, you felt fear and felt pressure. It's like having a checkerboard, and you can never go off the edge of the board. The game has to be played within the board. And at one end was birth, and the other end was death. And if you played the game wrong, you went insane, which was as good as going off the board. But then you know what came out? Some of you have seen it. Three-dimensional checkers. Came out with a clear plastic board. So you could play checkers this way and this way. Suddenly there were other checkerboards as well. For the first 50 or so times that I experimented with psychedelics back in the 60s with Tim Leary, I thought, just like Carl Jung thought in his book on dreams, myths, and whatever that is, I thought, well, that was interesting to go out there, but now I've come home to where it's good, where my family is, and it's secure. But somewhere along the way in that experimentation, the other realities became as real as this reality. And I began to recognize that I had an identity in these other realities as well as I had an identity in this reality. And now and then I would meet a being over the years who would look at me, and I knew that he was not or she was not seeing who I thought myself to be. They were seeing another being in me that I couldn't see because I was too busy being who I thought I was. Jief talks about higher faculties. That is the natural course of the evolution of consciousness. That's what we're talking about, the evolution of consciousness. The only thing is, when we think of evolution, we think generally of things like Darwinian evolution. We think of evolution of mass stuff. But now think of the evolution of each individual consciousness. And that in each round of birth and death, the consciousness develops just a little bit more. And it's all directed. It's not random. Just for fun, let me repeat the image I've repeated so often of Buddhas as to how long we've been in the game. Remember the image Buddha describes? A mountain 1 mile by 1 mile by 1 mile. And every 100 years, a bird flies over it with a silk scarf in its beak and runs the scarf over the top of the mountain. And the length of time it would take the scarf to wear away the mountain. Got that? A mile by a mile by a mile. One silk scarf every 100 years, one. That's how long you've been doing this. Birth, death, birth, death, birth, death. Birth, 80 years, death. That's one. Right? It's a big mountain. And Buddha looked back and saw his last 99,000 of these. And that was only a drop in the bucket. So who are you? Are you so busy being identified with who you were born into? Is this reality so heavy, so real, so solid, that when you get to the edges of it, it grabs at you and pulls you back so hard that you say, I can't get out of it. It's too real. It's too real. I guess I'll just settle for being who I thought I was this round. Sure, go ahead. I mean, there's a lot more to come. There's no rush. God doesn't have time. God doesn't care how fast you move. Only you care, not God. God lives beyond time. It's all just there. You'll get home. You know, it's a very relaxed parent. You know, kid wants to stay out till 2, let him stay out till 2. Get home tomorrow, get home tomorrow. It's okay. Sooner or later, it's where the food is. He'll come home. Now, there's no rush from above. I mean, all of the beings that have ever gotten free of attachment to a plane have all said the same thing. There's no time. Time is merely a structure, as is space, within certain planes of reality. That's what Einstein pointed out. But the way the evolutionary game, you know those salmon that swim upstream and they batter their bodies against rocks to get upstream to spawn? It's not because they're so horny. It's because it's built in. They just got to get there. That's the way evolution works. And once you've started to awaken, once you have started to recognize that you aren't who you thought you were right in the middle of a lifetime, I mean, it's not supposed to happen in the middle of a lifetime. It's supposed to happen at the end of a lifetime. See, you die. You say, goodbye, I don't want to go, save me, doctor, help me, and then you're dead. Okay? And then the next moment, a being says to you, hello, and you say, oh, I guess I didn't die, and the being says, no, you did die. And that blows your mind, or whatever it is you have at that point. And usually most beings just hang out being mind blown until, like shell shock, until they get catapulted into the next round when they go into the illusion and forget again. But then when you get really high in the game, when you die, say bye, and then you die, and then somebody says hello, and you say hello. Say, that was an interesting round, far out. I accomplished a lot that time. And then you look around to see what's left to do, and you say hello to all the folks back at the farm, and you plan the next round. And then you say, okay, here goes. It might be a year or 500 years. You might go spend some time in the Hellloka for a while, or Florida, or go to anywhere. Who knows? Hawaii, Europe, falling asleep, waking up. But they only wake up between births. Do you realize what happens to the game when somebody starts to wake up in the middle of a birth? I mean, it blows the cover. I mean, to sit there in a body and realize you aren't who it is you're supposed to be being. Right? And the nature of the evolutionary game is that when that happens, which is the point of how old you are in terms of how many times you've gone around, and that can happen in a birth at 1 year old, it can happen in the womb, it can happen in some ones that it happens in the womb, they say, oh, I dig how this is, I'm not going that trip. And we say they were stillborn, isn't that terrible? Or they were blue babies. They just wouldn't play. I mean, they wouldn't do what you're supposed to do. They wouldn't eat, and they wouldn't breathe, and they just said, I'm not staying. I mean, thanks, I've given you my blessing, I'm leaving. Some of those are the really high ones. But once in the middle of a birth, somewhere along in the birth, and it could be happening the moment before you die, it wouldn't matter. If you awaken, then the frustrating thing for most of us is that you can't go back to sleep. Okay? And you are a miserable mutant. Okay? You are caught neither fish nor fowl. You're neither a god nor a human being. You can't get up there, and you can't forget about up there and get back down. The way the image that most of you that have ever heard me do this business before, that's most easy to image, is if you have some favorite pastime. Like in the old days, it is no longer true, thank God, but it used to be eating pizza for me. I mean, I like pizza, but it's not a thing with me anymore. But I would be sitting with a perfect hot, crispy pizza with cheese and green peppers and mushrooms and vegetarian, with gluten, flour, and all that stuff. And I would take the first bite, and I would just be desirous of becoming the super sensualist, the eater of pizza, the enjoyer, is that, And see, it's not so hot that it burns the roof of your mouth, just perfect, just that moment, And there is a voice inside that's saying, eating pizza. And it's not judging me, and it's not putting me down, and it's not saying you ought to stop. It's nothing. It's just noticing eating pizza. It's that voice inside of you that, who are you? What are you doing in there? You aren't me. I'm a pizza eater. I am your deeper self. I'm in here too. You can't get rid of me. And in truth, you can't get rid of this being. And this being hangs out and hangs out and hangs out and slowly consumes all your other cells. And that's what the surrender is. It is finally a surrender into this higher self, which the Hindus refer to as the Atman. Christianity, it's referred to as the soul. It's a surrender of yourself to yourself. Not a surrender to another guy or gal. It's a surrender to yourself. So you sit in the middle. You're still very much attached to worldly things. And at the same moment, you are being pulled by this inner voice, this inner sense that you are something other than you thought you were. The pull is the same pull that the moth feels towards the flame, that the salmon feels pulling upriver, going upstream. It is the pull that is the pull of evolution of consciousness, or the awakening of the spirit, depending on which way you want to talk about it. Evolution of consciousness is looking at it from down, looking up. Awakening of the spirit is looking at it from up, looking down. And you sit in the middle for a long, long time, sometimes birth, where each birth you keep awakening, and you sit caught in attachments to the world and at the same moment struggling to get out. For many, many births. But each birth is just a delicate shade of more consciousness, a little less clinging, just a little less clinging. And what is a being who is called a free being? What is a free being? What is an enlightened being? What's a liberated being? It's a being who has become free of clinging. As the third patriarch of Zen says, to this or that. There's no clinging anymore. You're not clinging to this plane of existence, and you're not clinging to enlightenment. You're not clinging. First, you're clinging to getting high and avoiding coming down. Then, as you evolve, you're not clinging to that. And when you're depressed, there's depression. And when you're elated, there's elation. There's a high, there's a low. And you're sitting behind all that stuff. Till finally you sit inside so deeply, so quietly, described as a vast ocean, a calm ocean, where mother and son become as one, where you are sitting right on the edge between form and the formless. You neither are nor are you not. And you are in form, and yet you are not in form. And you have a personality, yet it is not your personality. It's all of the paradoxes at that point. You live right in the midst of the paradox. But not clinging means that you do not cling to getting free of this plane either. There are many beings that say, look, I can't cut it in this world. I'm going to God. But God seems to take a dim view of that strategy. It turns out that you have to honor your incarnation in order to transcend it. If you push it away, it's the same thing as if you held on to it. It's like people who've given up smoking. If you're busy saying, I haven't smoked in 2 months, 3 hours, and 42 minutes, you're still a smoker. Like with Alcoholics Anonymous, in their philosophy, you're always an alcoholic who doesn't drink. You can never become not an alcoholic anymore. See, at first, you desired the middle-class things. Certain kind of a car, certain kind of a home, certain kind of family, certain kind of job, certain kind of clothes, certain kind of insurance policies, etc., etc. Then you got busy seeing that something wasn't quite doing it right about that. So the people that had that weren't making it in terms of their inner being. So you get busy rejecting it all. So you're not going to have a home. You're not going to have a car, and you're not going to have a hi-fi, and you're not going to have books, and you're not going to have an education, you're not going to have a bank account, you're not going to have insurance policy. And you're walking down the street thumbing one night, and you say, well, here I am. I'm somebody who doesn't have any of that. And that is just as much an attachment as if you had it all. And that was the whole history of rebellion and radicalism, was always reaction against, which was just attachment in the opposite direction. It was always the liberals and the conservatives and the this and the that, communism and capitalism. It was always forces against one another. But liberation isn't anti-anything. Liberation is much more, and that too. Sure, and that too. Of course, and that too. Tatwam asi, and that too. Yeah, right, and that one too. Like you could decide what was going to be your issue. Is your issue going to be pollution, ecology, medicine and health, and vitamins? Is your issue going to be beard? Is your issue going to be sexual freedom? Is your issue going to be new kinds of politics and more conscious politics? Is your issue going to be abortion? Is your issue going to be energy crisis? Is your issue going to be... But the issue of consciousness isn't exactly the same as those other issues. Because the issue of consciousness doesn't preclude anything else that I can figure out. I mean, Allen Ginsberg works on his consciousness, but he's still a poet. Jerry Rubin works on his consciousness, and he's still a political radical, sort of. Jerry Brown works on his consciousness, and he's a governor. Charles Lloyd. How many musicians work on their consciousness, and they're still musicians? People work in their consciousness, and they still make belts and sandals. People work in their consciousness, and they still have babies, or they have abortions, or they protest against pollution, or they drive cars that pollute. The work on one's consciousness isn't something you do instead of doing something else. You do everything you do, but you do it as a way of becoming more conscious. That's the difference in the game. I mean, I'm a lousy model in a way because I'm a professional consciousness person. Okay. I mean, this is the way I earn my living. wrapping unconsciousness. But how many of those do you need? Yeah. Not a coming profession. Maybe, but... And when you get finished pushing and pulling and grabbing and saying, I got to look holy. No, that isn't conscious enough. I can't drive a bus because that'll bring me down. No, I can't live in New York City. No, and all these miles. I can't eat that. I can't. You relax. And you say, well, I'll be as conscious as I am. The pendulum swings. And then an interesting thing happens. In that new kind of non-hysterical clinging to holiness, you begin to hear who it is you are in this incarnation. And you begin to understand the concept of Dharma, meaning your route through, depending on your incarnation this time. I am bald, and it is of no use for me to read the lives of saints who have hair all over their head. Because I don't, nor will I. I might as well figure out how to be a bald saint. Now, the interesting thing about this evolutionary shift in consciousness or awareness of new levels is that the minute you touch what Gurdjieff called the higher faculty, the minute you go into what we call intuitive awareness, the minute you move beyond your rational mind, you are aware of more, you are quieter, you can stand back further, you can see more clearly, you are less caught, and as a result, everything you do in the worldly plane, you end up being able to do better. Now that is both a curse and a blessing. It is a curse in that most people meditate in order to become more effective in the world. That's the way TM sells it. Get your mantra, and you will be able to have a better job, a better car, a better hi-fi, just through 20 minutes a day. And it's true. That's what's so funny about it. And the Army wants to meditate now. Everybody wants to get into the act now. CIA meditates. Everybody meditates. See? They want to be a better CIA. The Army wants to be a better Army. None of them want to become Arjuna, by the way. They just want to become a better Army. And the beautiful horror of that is that meditation was a vehicle, and that all methods of altering consciousness are a vehicle for allowing you not only to do better on this plane, but to start to realize your own divinity, your own existence on other planes, to start to contact higher consciousness, not Mars, higher consciousness. To start to know God, to put it simply. To even go beyond the concept of God. Go into God where God isn't, where the concept of God isn't. Because when you merge into God, you're in nirvana. Or nibbana, you're a Southern Buddhist. To do what Christ suggested you do, to know the Father, not get hung up with the Son. That's all what's possible in this game. But the problem is, do you see what the guards are at the gates of this game? The guards that keep you from going into the inner temple are the increased power and success you get in the world as a result of any spiritual practices you do. Do you see what I'm talking about? I mean, you wanted sexual prowess, see? And you didn't get it. So you start to meditate. You say, well, since I'm not going to make it on this plane, I guess I'll go to God. And you start to meditate, and you get full of light. Light's pouring out of your third eye. And your body gets light, and the whole thing, and people start to come and saying, will you sleep with me? See? And suddenly, every fantasy you ever had that's been lying dormant there, see? And how many lifetimes are you going to spend doing that now? See? Sorry, I don't have time. I'm going to God. Yeah. That's not me, you know. Those are the lions that protect the gates of the inner temple. And they're known as, in Hinduism, in Sanskrit, as the siddhis, or the powers. They are your own subtle desires. Because if you don't want anything, nothing bothers you along the way. People say, well, I started to open my consciousness, and suddenly there were these demons. And I got frightened. You know what you're frightened of? You're frightened of your own desires. Because the only thing demons play upon is stuff in you. If there isn't anything in you, they don't play. They look around and they say, not that one. That one doesn't want anything. Remember when the devil took Christ and said, hey, baby, you can make bread. Look, you can jump. Do it, you know. Come on, I'll show you. And Christ said, no, I don't want any of that stuff. I'm going to the Father. I want to go to God. And how many lifetimes, how many thousands of lifetimes do you spend playing where you awaken in the middle of a life, you start to go, you get a little, and then you settle? It's like playing roulette at Las Vegas. You put down so much bread, you put down $1, and it wins, and you get $2. And then you let the 2 ride, and you get 4. And you let the 4 ride, and you get 8. You let the 8 ride, you get 16. You let the 16 ride, you get 32. 32 ride, you get 64. Then it gets to 128. 256. Okay. Getting up there. Could do a lot with $256. Okay. You want to go for broke? You want to break the bank, or do you want to take the 256? Well, I don't know. $256. I could do a lot with that. I mean, I'll tell you that in the past year, my life has been such intense struggle and training. My training starts every morning at 6 and goes until roughly 1:45 the next morning, and that's every day. And I am pushed, pulled, and badgered all the time. And I am let out about 3 days a week to go earn a living. Yeah? Mother. Why would I do that? I mean, I already can play Ramdas for the next 30 years. It's a payable game. I mean, I wrote Be Here Now, supposedly. I can write more books, and that book was by the author of Be Here Now. I can just keep playing it for 30 years. If I want to take the 256, but the addiction of heroin is nothing like this. This is the orgasm with God I'm talking about. This is all of what the mystic poetry is about. This is merging with the Divine Mother. And yet the rules of the game are very simple and very fierce. If you push away this one to get there, you're going to get thrown back right on your face. And you've got to keep it together here, and you've got to keep it together there, and you can't be attached to here, and you can't be attached to there. Sometimes I go into states where my breath gets very thin, and I start to go into very high energy spaces, and I am floating up through golden plains where there's Zeus and there's Shiva, and up into white plains and up into beyond and purple plains, and I'm going into these awesome beings, and my whole body is an ocean of bliss. And I suddenly feel this hand, this astral hand on my head saying, go down. And I am brutally brought right down to this plane. And then the person on this plane says, time to leave, go ahead, quick. And I got to find my body. This is my foot. And I got to get it to move and get out the door. And I got to get into my car. And because of the way my car was working, I had checked the oil so I could drive away. And there I am, somebody who was just practically with God, and I'm checking the oil. Right? Because if I don't check the oil, I won't have a car. And if I don't have a car, I'll have to spend all my consciousness getting a car. You got to keep it together. It's a ruthless game. It's not easy, by the way. It's ruthless. You keep it together here and there. To get too busy with the oil in your car, to forget to look up, well, there's another birth shot to hell. Shot to earth. Not bad. I mean, I don't mean to imply earth is hell. It's a sea of suffering, but it's beautiful. It's ecstasy. It's God made manifest in form. If the minute you take any plane and say, not that one, or I want that, or that one's better than that one, the minute, that's why they say, one to me is pleasure and pain. Imagine somebody being able to say a thing like that. What a far-out thing. You know, I work with people that are dying a lot, and I don't know whether they're supposed to die or not. And there are some times when I'm with them, and because of the stuff that comes through, they get better. And sometimes the stuff comes through and they die. And I live in the world of thy will be done. Not my, but thy will. Because I'm not attached to whether people should live or die. I'm not even attached to whether I should live or die. That brings us to the term the Tao. The Tao Te Ching, Tao, T-A-O, Tao. The way of it all, the harmony of it all. Learning to live your life in harmony on every plane. Live your life as a God being. Live your life as an earth being. Live your life as a biochemical being. Live your life as a psychological being. Live your life as a social being. Live your life as pure spirit. Live your life as a soul. All of it. Not clinging to this or that. And the reason you use all the practices of meditation, chanting, hatha yoga, and so on, is to loosen your hold on this plane, the physical, psychological planes, so that you can know of the other planes. Once you have known and tasted of them, it's not that those planes are better than this one. They're just different. And ultimately, you live with neither this nor that. You live in this plane and that plane, this plane and that plane. It is true that in some of these other planes, there is far more bliss than there is in this plane. There's far more ecstasy than there is in this plane. There's also far more horror than there is in imagine being conscious with your third eye open so that you can see, look around on this physical plane and see all of the suffering in the universe all at once? Can you imagine how unbearable that is? Can you imagine being the holder of the knowledge as you look around and seeing all this suffering of people who aren't quite having it the way they need to have it, that it's all because they are caught in an illusion of their incarnation and they don't want to hear you tell them that? Imagine the horror of that. Talk about the unbearable suffering of the Buddha. The unbearable suffering of the Buddha. You have to be very strong in this game. Very, very strong. Nothing is held from your eyes. It doesn't all get beautiful. To look at the perfection of God on earth, which includes all of the suffering of the universe, and say, that's perfect? And simultaneously be an earthling who is working full-time to alleviate the suffering on earth. And live with that paradox day after day. That when a child is crying, you pick up the child and ease the child's crying at the same moment you knew that the crying was perfect and the easing of the crying is perfect. You ready for all that? The predicament is that as you alter your consciousness and get tuned to other planes of existence, this plane becomes just another one of them. It is beautiful, and it is sacred, and it is a part of God, but it's just another one. And the scary thing is that at that point, you may stay and you may not. There's no guarantees. And that's why the fear is real people face, the fear of God. Because your ego is very frightened. But to know, to be, Spirit made manifest. To have touched your soul, to realize your soul is part of God. To have gone up to that ocean that is beyond form. To have gotten strong enough to contain the energy of the mother. All the force that lies behind the forms of the universe. The pure Shakti, the pure Pran that lies behind form. To be able to give up the boundaries of your identity enough to merge into the white light and even beyond, to put your toe into the formless. And then, seeing as you see the entire universe, all of the Buddha fields, all of the worlds, and to see at that point the nature of form, the nature of the divine law, the nature of suffering, and to choose at that point not to merge finally, but to taste of God and to remain in form in order to relieve the suffering of all beings, in order to bring back from that ocean a little bit of the light, to light the way for others. When Christ said, "Let this cup pass from my hand," he was not asking to avoid the suffering. He was asking that he need not die at that moment so he could continue to suffer in order to bring the light down to this plane of existence. Sri Aurobindo attempted to do this. All the beings who have become free of the Earth's atmosphere, free of the psychological and physical domain, free of their own intellect, who have soared into the realms of the gods, all of which I guarantee you are as real as you are, no more and no less. And that includes Shiva and Zeus and Ram and Lao Tzu and Buddha and Christ and Cochise and on, American Indians, all different beings who are as real at this moment as you are. They are just on a different frequency. And they have all chosen to stay in form, not necessarily form on the physical plane, often form on an astral plane, in order to be a transmitter of the light, to bring down the Shakti, to spiritualize the universe around them on the plane they exist on. And who is it that they offer that light, that spirit to? To those beings who in the course of their evolutionary journey are ready to look up. Buddha looked around every night through all the Buddha fields to see who was ready for enlightenment. Who was ready? Who was reaching? Who was saying, "God, hear me"? Who was saying, "It's not like I thought it was"? Who's meditating, saying, "Christ, Christ, come now"? Who's calling on Hanuman? Who's singing to Shiva? Not as a phony ritual, but with a faith that transcends the reality that they've known. Who's doing all that? Those are the ones on whom grace descends. For what is grace? Grace is the touch of those beings who were free to leave and elected not to do so. For they are not here because of their personal karma. They are here as perfect and pure instruments of God. They are the gurus, the saints. They live now or lived on this plane in the past and still live. Christ said, "When you call me, I come." But who calls him in faith? Surrounding you, right by you, at any moment, are the highest beings who have stayed in form only to bring you to liberation. But what is required is that you ask. say, me. Come on, God, listen, me. I want to go too. I want to know you. I want to know myself. Because what does it turn out? How bizarre. That when you keep going higher and clearer and higher and clearer and higher and clearer, who do you end up being? Ramana Maharshi said it very simply. God, Guru, and Self are the same thing. So who is it that turned out designing the game you think you're stuck in? You did. You designed it. Now you're playing it out. And slowly you will awaken out of it until you are free. And then you're free to continue to play or not. That is the true bodhisattva vow. And you stay in form not because you want anything, because everything you want is fulfilled by being with God. For that is the all and everything. It is the total fulfillment. It is the complete going home. It's the Om. Everything you ever wanted. That's what God was saying. He said it to Adam and Eve. If you get caught in your own mind and in seeing me as an object and pushing me away, you will go through hells until you awaken again to recognize that in the surrender to me, you are fulfilled. You work to get a new car, to have security and pleasure, and then it's all in time and it's passing and you grow old and you die. Because all of earth existence is in time and it is passing show. You're a great success and a moment later you're forgotten. Look on my works, ye mighty, said Ozymandias in despair. For nothing remains but that tablet. But in you is that which is beyond time. It has nothing to do with time. It has nothing to do with space. And once you have let go of the clinging to who you thought you were, you don't push it away, you just don't cling to it. You begin to recognize who you also are. And who you also are is all of it. The great Saint Ram Tirth said, I am without form, without limit. I am beyond space. I am beyond time. I am in everything. Everything is in me. I am the bliss of the universe. I am Sat Chit Ananda. Absolute existence, absolute knowledge, absolute bliss. Tattvam Asi, I am that. We were so busy looking down, we forgot God. Then we go so busy looking at God, we forget to look down. Final liberation is where you look up and you look down. You cling to neither this nor that. this time, this birth, now. Not as labels, not I am God, but beyond labels. So that every moment of your earth existence is n-dimensional. It's everything in all directions. So you listen, but there is no listening. I speak, but there is no speaking. We sit in the silence behind form and play with God. And all the forms are our playthings, including our bodies. That is the joy that comes with the freedom. Once you know, from then on, there is only play with God. Nothing else. For all form is play. You've really been incredibly patient. See, here we are. Huh. Okay, enough of that. We will now take a break. Those of you that have had enough should leave. For those of you that are leaving now, let me just say, when you leave, don't work to remember anything that happened today. When you leave, smell the air, enjoy the ocean, look at the trees. God is all of it made manifest. Feel your steps, feel your lungs, look at the beings you love and feel your heart. Take joy in your incarnation.